Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Pokemon Rebuilders. As always, I'm your host and GM, Working Class Werewolf, and tonight I'm joined by my wonderful friends and players. We have Frey.
Yo, what's up?
We have Nyx.
My newest thing is looking on TikTok at random, horror videos, in haunted houses where just the weirdest shit goes on. And there's this one where a guy meets up with another guy, just starts doing the Macarena and then dips, and the other guy's super confused.
We have Himbo.
People always putting that they love Jesus in their dating profiles, but they not texting Jesus at 3 in the morning when the bar gets out looking for Jesus to give them some D.
Oh my god.
And we will have Strider later this evening. But for now, how are we all doing tonight?
Relatively okay.
Relatively.
Okay.
Earlier.
Still banished to a laptop setup at the moment, but we're making it work as best we can.
Cool. What was that, Frey?
Went for a lovely walk earlier. Looking forward to the game.
Awesome. And, I am doing relatively okay as well, I suppose I would say. And I am also looking forward to this game.
Hell yeah.
Especially after what happened last week. In the meantime, however... Are we ready to begin then?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Phenomenal. Then, let us get on with the introduction. It has been 100 years since Grand Meteor... Wait, that's the wrong one. Start over!
Oh wow, I haven't heard that one in a while.
We really need a tape rewinding sound deck thing for you.
Right?
Right.
Record scratch. Just tape rewind like that.
Alright, I'm getting you a soundboard thing for Christmas. We're making it happen.
Oh my god, please. Alright, take two. It has been several months since the Rebuilder Corps of Red Cloister returned to the surface after the devastation wrought by the impact of Grand Meteor Delta over 100 years ago. Since then, they have found countless new discoveries in the New World, along with countless more new dangers. Despite it all, however, the Rebuilders continue their mission to reconnect with the cloisters across the region, as well as the rest of the world, in order to rebuild the world destroyed so long ago. Some of the most crucial contributors to this mission have been Layla, the survivalist, Jakob, the caretaker, Toshiko, the scientist, Ace, the salvager, Cece, the tactician, and Sam, the renegade. Progress has indeed been made, and the future is looking bright, but enemies still yet lurk in the shadows, and the Rebuilders' mission is still far from over. Alright, recap. When we last left our heroes, they had met up with Brock in the Pewter City gym, or what remains of it, or rather what was rebuilt of it, courtesy of the Steelix tribe. From there, they enjoyed a lovely meal together and discussed their future ambitions. Namely, Layla, Jakob, Cece, and several of the others had discussed plans on potentially taking on and reforming the Pokemon League and the Elite Four, as well as the championship. However, shortly after that discussion, the time came for Layla's battle with Irene. Irene tasked Layla with fighting in 3 different trials: the body, the mind, and the spirit. First was the trial of the body, and though Layla fought valiantly, Irene ultimately took the win. And then came the trial of the mind, where Layla started off sending out her dear companion Hildy against Durant. But Durant was merely a feint to power up Iron's true companion, Steelix, who proved to be a hell of a match. Hildy managed to inflict some serious damage, but was ultimately taken out, and then Layla brought out her trump card through Charizard. After evolving into Mega Charizard, they dealt a massive blow, but despite even being brought down to its limits, Steelix refused to go down, and ultimately Steelix took the win, sending Layla into a depression. Meanwhile, Toshiko and Sam went off and studied some things in the library before going off on their own time. Thus, we resume our story.
Excuse.
Oof.
What?
Going off on their own time.
Not like, oh my god.
You walked into that.
Why does Pokemon always have to be so horny?
Look at us. Look at all of us. Take a good, long, hard look at all of us. And ask yourself that question again.
Oh, I'm sure you're very familiar with good, long, hard looks.
Mike
You knew what you
Jakob
were
is-
getting into.
Jakob is an innocent man who has had no experiences with the ways of the flesh outside of braising. Sometimes, like sous vide, marinating is good.
Speaking
yeah,
of Jakob, we're going to open up to Jakob and Brock and Toshiko currently inside the gym. After Layla stormed off and Sam excused himself.
Oh, they're gonna become best friends and fist bump and start Broshiko.
Broshiko?
Brock
What?
Toshiko. They're gonna fist bump and they're gonna be friends. Shut up! Alright, let's play the game.
Right. Anyway. So,
If I put like a steel
concerned
pot over
towards the
someone's
door.
head and bang it really hard, people will forget what just happened.
So we open up to shortly after Layla's loss to Iron and the gym, now feeling much more empty with a lingering feeling of despair and shattered confidence.
Jakob's here and experiencing it. He's just, you know,
Mhm.
looking a little bit sad at it, as I am physically doing as well myself.
You will then see Cece make her way back inside the gym, looking somewhat crestfallen, as she makes her way over to a statue and just sort of leans against it.
Toshi will walk over to Cece.
Cece will look up at you as you approach.
How are you doing?
I don't really know what to do, Toshiko. I wanted to go and talk to Layla, but when I saw her out there, I couldn't even begin to think of what to say. After all we spoke about and all of the praise and hype and expectations we placed on her, only for her to fall like that. How could I face her like that? And yet I feel like I should because I'm her best friend and her teammate, but I don't know.
Sometimes you just gotta take time. These are not easy things with easy solutions.
I guess you're right. You'll then see Cece start to tap at her Poke Gear as you see 2 of her Pokeballs are sent away and replaced with 2 new Pokeballs.
Who are you bringing in?
just some friends to help me get my spirits back up. And then she will send out her 2 slowpokes.
Oh god. Cece has emotional support slowpokes.
This is Rodriguez and Mr. Slowpo.
Rodriguez and Mr. Slowpo, it is lovely to meet you.
They will just sit there as if not having heard you at all, as Cece pets them. And then 5 seconds later, they will look up at you as if you just addressed them, and they will tilt their heads.
Toshi will join Cece in the petting of these lovely creatures.
God's perfect children. Truly.
It's kind of a good thing Sam is in here, because otherwise he'd be like, no, no, no!
Hey, Brock, Jakob, we got more food.
I mean, yes, but those are friends, not food.
Their tails are food.
You go get them.
On that note, Toshiko, you will see Mr. Slowpo just sort of like reach his head back as he tries to just bite his own tail, but he just can't quite reach it.
It'll grow back long enough that he can later. Weren't both of these already got their tails yanked by the little sandiles or whatever?
No, not as of yet. It's just its neck is too short to reach its tail.
Ah, fair enough.
Jakob, what are you thinking right now?
Really, what Jakob's thinking about is Steelix is such a tremendously difficult to deal with Pokemon, and he is not sure if he really has any even effective tools for dealing with that kind of Pokemon. He's legitimately, like, not sure. I don't think I do. Like, we're looking at, I think, fire and water for steel and ground, respectively, and I think that's basically almost it. I've got surf. Woo.
I mean, that's something, but...
Yeah, it's not a fight winner, though. Not very sure what I would do in that kind of a situation either, so... Yeah, Jakob's face shows that he seems genuinely confused. He's got his Pokegear out and just kind of flipping between different Pokemon that he has, different entries, as he's kind of searching for something that really isn't there.
Brock will come up to you and sort of place a hand on your shoulder. Poke for your thoughts?
It's never good to see your friends lose or people on your team, so I'm trying to think of what would be something we could do if that kind of situation comes up again to give us an edge. Not even necessarily a fight of that nature, you know, a duel. If we go out into the wild and we're ambushed by a large amount of Steelix, it could be a very big problem.
You also gotta remember that Laylo's going up against a Steel-type specialist trainer who's been fighting and training their entire life out here in these hostile wilds. Essentially, they had something of a home field advantage. But even so, your caution is well warranted. And really, speaking from my own experiences, all you can really do is try and recover, formulate a strategy, and come back stronger.
I think so. Maybe special attacks.
Brock will
Maybe
nod.
that'll be easier to get past its defense.
That's a pretty solid choice. Pokemon like Steelix are very notorious for having a very high and powerful defensive outer shell. But special attacks find a way to slip through the cracks somewhat. Even still, though, don't think that they aren't able to compensate for their weaknesses, at least when they have a good trainer for them. In the wild,
For that
though...
kind of Pokemon, there's not many weaknesses to speak of.
In the wild, I'll say that Steelix will be a massive threat, but they're much bigger and much stronger when they have a trainer with them, as with any other Pokemon. Still, there's something I'd like to ask you, Jakob.
Oh, yeah, of course. Something to take my mind off of this. Seems I may need to look into catching some different kinds of Pokemon, maybe.
Perhaps. But, after witnessing what you saw today, does that change your plans and your ambitions about the Pokemon League?
No, why would it?
Brock will smile and nod at that. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I've not won every fight that I've gotten into. You shouldn't have to win every single fight. It's about perseverance more than anything.
Exactly. But even so, on that same note, if you truly are planning on challenging the League, then as a gym leader, I'm obligated to challenge you and see that you're worthy to face them in the first place.
Well, I'm quite sure that I am, but if you insist.
We don't have...
Here and now.
Doesn't have to be here and now. We can face each other whenever you're ready. You take whatever time you need to get prepared, and once you're ready, you can come and find me. Or if you're ready right now, I'm always up for a battle.
It would be particularly mean-spirited of me to perhaps get into one of those kinds of situations and win directly next to a companion of mine getting into one and not succeeding. I believe a little bit of time would be warranted here.
Brock will nod. That's totally understandable, and I'm inclined to agree. You go take care of your friends, and if you need anything, just let me know. I may be a gym leader, but I'm still a host of your visit here in my city. Well, was once my city.
Oh, of course. I'm going to head over to Toshi and Cece now, and we know where we'll be able to find you. I'm quite sure.
Again, Brock nods. I'll be here.
Jakob will nod as well, then excuse himself as he walks down the stone pathway towards them.
All right. You make your way over to Toshiko and Cece, who are currently indulging in a bit of slowpoke therapy.
So she is trying to improve the soured vibes in the room by earnestly enjoying her time with these lovely Pokemon.
Jakob, you will watch their beady little dot pupils just sort of slowly trail and struggle to follow you as you approach, and their heads will slowly turn to follow their pupils. And they will then tilt their heads in unison as you approach. Oh, hey, Jakob.
Cece, Toshi, good to see you.
Toshi nods.
I wish it were so good.
Yeah, it's always good to see the pair of you. circumstances outside may not be as good, but our meetings always.
That's fair.
Wasn't what I was really expecting. I'm wondering about our next steps here. How long of a wait or a recovery do we go with here?
Well, we need to wait for the sandstorm to pass.
Hope it'll be within that time frame. I'm not sure. Again, this isn't something that I expected would happen.
I wonder if maybe we made a mistake. If maybe we weren't ready for this after all.
Ready for what?
This mission, this region, this whole place.
We can handle the mission. This was a very limited circumstance with League rules against a steel ace who, if there's one thing he's good at, he's have to be very, very defensive with his Pokemon. And he just outlasted. But we, together, not League rules, like out there in the wilds on the actual missions, we're going to be fine. We can get through this all together. Figure out what is going on with the sun and maybe Groudon, and I have faith. We're going to figure it out.
Cece will nod. I hope you're right, Toshiko. It's just... If we went up against these tribe folk who've been trained for the desert and we couldn't handle it, are we sure we can handle ourselves out there where we don't even know what's to come?
Toshi pauses in thought.
What makes this different than the other times? We've not known what's really fully ahead of us any of our other missions that we've gone on.
We've gotten through a lot together. Toshi is sorting through her Pokemon home and looking to maybe make a switch.
So what if we get into one fight and we don't succeed, and it's not even a regular kind of fight? That shouldn't change our momentum.
You're probably right. I'm probably just overthinking things. God, I'm talking like I'm the one who lost.
Yeah, leave overthinking to Toshi as well. That's what Toshi does.
Toshi nods as she's like mindlessly scrolling through her Pokegear.
She's just sort of like staring blank at Yakum, and then she's gonna sort of like chuckle a little bit.
See? Yakum just casually points towards Toshi.
Toshi will kind of register that she's being pointed at.
That's right. Now, Cece, as far as things go, overall, I think that we're going to be completely okay. How many of these kinds of fights have we been in? These kinds of League rules, gym fight kind of situations? Really, how many?
I guess technically not too many. We've mostly been fighting as a team against the world and everyone who's been standing against us or standing in the way of our missions.
Seems like a learning experience with something that's very, very new, so I don't see too much negative about it.
I suppose you're right.
Not every experiment leads to the expected outcome, but you still get data, valuable information from
It's
the
certainly
experiment.
not the first time either. Sometimes you have to try something out more than once before you get the outcome you're looking for.
You're right. I guess we've just been on such a streak lately, I lost sight of that. And then just seeing Layla so sad and unsure like that, I guess I just started questioning myself too. Like, should we not have hyped her up like that? But that doesn't sound right, because we want to support her, and we should be believing in her and supporting her and everyone else on the team. I don't know, I'm probably talking nonsense again.
There's also the difference of that was something that was a sparring match, something for training. It's not like we were hyping her up and getting her to do something that actually legitimately could have endangered her life or the life of her Pokemon. It's always good to encourage people to do things if they're not feeling comfortable with it, and it's something that overall is going to be safe, just a new experience.
Suddenly, Jakob, your Pokegear will begin to ring. Incoming call from Maroon! Incoming call from Maroon!
Jakob will open it up, he'll look towards the group real quick, and then, assuming nobody shakes their head or objects, he'll answer the call.
CC nods eagerly.
Toshi gives a thumbs up.
Jakob answers the call.
Jakob! What's up, dude? Whoa. You alright? You look like you look like something happened.
There's a sandstorm that's going to be going on outside around us relatively soon, and it's going to be quite the issue. I'm actually surprised communication's working.
Ugh, bummer, man. No, honestly, I might be using one of our signal boosters right now, but I really needed to talk to you real quick.
Well, there's also CC and Toshi around me, so you mean talk to me or talk to just the team?
Oh, all you guys! You guys are all welcome to hear this. The more the merrier, really.
For sure.
But before I get started, how's your guys' mission going along so far? You guys make it to Viridian yet?
We're in Pewter Canyon right now.
Pewter?
We've met the Steelix tribe, and Brock was turned to stone for a while, and now he's back again. Fire Team Flareon helped out, and their former experience with the Steelix tribe has really been to our benefit in our encounter with the Steelix tribe.
Oh, man. Well, I'm glad to hear that we're not the only ones who haven't quite reached our destination yet, but it sounds like you guys have had a hell of a better time than we have up to this point.
It's about to get worse. We haven't experienced anything quite like what they're saying is about to happen. We really should try and see if we could get some kind of cameras or something like that outside so we can get more recordings of this. Some probably data the Cloister's never had, right, Toshi?
I don't think we managed to get a Rotom drone from the Cloister before we left. I think they were still working. I think Ace and Dudley were still working on that. I could switch out for a flyer, and I could scout out above until it's no longer safe to fly.
That sounds a bit riskier than I'm comfortable with. It actually sounds a lot less safe than I'm comfortable with. But
Well, then I
either
can
way,
just have Hope get. She can only levitate 4 meters. So could have her get to the highest vantage she can. Like, she's a Yamask. She doesn't care about the sand.
Blitzy can calm the air around him. I figure you and I could, I, and Cece could all get on top of Blitzy, float upwards, take a look around if we really wanted to. But this is either way. This is a bit of a distraction. We need to make sure we find Layla, get Layla in here as well, and then also decide if this is the place that we want to hold up fully from the sandstorm. We've not done the greatest planning, let's say. It's mostly been a shock to me that something like this is happening.
Where else would we go? Like, these people know how to survive the sandstorm, and I don't think it would be wise for us to leave their shelter.
And I suppose if they had any other kind of more secret, secure shelter, it's something that is, for that reason, something not too much shared with outsiders. This is probably the safest place, so we should get Layla and get her back inside here.
Considering this is where they're keeping and housing their sacred ancestor, this is probably at least safe enough for an old worlder to wait out a sandstorm in, yeah? I would think, anyway. Sounds pretty legit to me. Maybe you guys
still
could...
need to get Layla.
Layla has she's got her guard chunk, right?
It's not a guard jump yet.
It's not.
It's a gibble.
Whatever, Gibble. That one. That's the one. Toshi would say the correct thing.
Yeah. Hey, welcome on.
Oh, I've been here for a hot minute.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you come on because Discord is muted right now.
Strider
No.
the pro at sneaking in. All of us try to, but we don't do it nearly as well as Strider's does.
It's the trauma. The years of having to be quiet. Apparently, it also follows on electronics.
Yep.
Please don't notice me, senpai.
The only thing I was going to say as a joke is not appropriate at all, so I think we should continue.
Anyway, yeah.
Message me.
I
DM
think
me.
Chunk has sand veil, so like, if Layla wants protection to stay outside, I think she's fine.
Does Layla have any go goggles?
Toshi shrugs.
I hear
I
go
think
goggles are. Sorry.
I actually did buy those specifically because of Chunk.
Yep. Because if she has some go goggles, that should help her stay safe in a sandstorm. I hear those things will help even the most softwood trainers weather any sandstorm.
If you stand next to Grenda or Hope, that would also get you protection from the sandstorm.
I had those on my list of things to buy, and I'm kind of regretting not purchasing them around now.
Yeah, well, at least you guys have an actual place to stay in. We're currently stuck on an island in the middle of nowhere, and I'm freezing my tits off right now.
Hard to get the truck on an island, I suppose.
Oh, I left the truck back at the coast of Fuchsia City. Well, Fuchsia Fields now. I should probably start from the beginning. So, we began our mission, and we started off by driving all the way down to Fuchsia with the plans of flying to Cinnabar the rest of the way from the coast to conserve our Pokemon's energy. And then when we got down there, we ran into some of the locals there, because apparently there's locals there. Who'd have thought? But yeah, really nice old couple, Koichi and Janine, who is the gym leader and your relative, apparently, Jakob.
Janine's great.
Jakob just tilts the Pokegear a little bit, leans to the side and taps the soul badge on the side of his hat.
Yeah, that's right! You got the soul badge like she does! Oh, that's totally cool, dude!
I recommend you be very prepared if you try to get it. It was not easy. I think that's actually really the first time I've had more than one Pokemon ever faint.
I would expect nothing less from a freaking ninja, dude. They know their way around fights.
Yeah, I almost feel like I'm disappointing the family legacy.
What are you talking about? You're crazy strong, dude!
Yeah, but you know, that whole, like, hiding and being athletic thing.
Well, I mean, there's always ways to improve on that. But no, I don't think you're disappointing them at all. If anything, they seem really proud of you.
On breakfast. I hope they would be, and if anything, that badge is the surest way of showing that I'm dedicated to being a part of my family. And, well, let's say, I've got some other plans and things like that related to it going forward that I'd love to talk with you in person about, assuming we survive this sandstorm.
Yeah, well, speaking of surviving things and going forward, we told them about our plans and our mission and the course we were taking, and they warned us that the waters were pretty hostile once we got past the old bridge column. Apparently that area was teeming with hostile ghost Pokemon, and yeah, they were right. We left the truck at the farm because, like I said, hard to take a truck over water, yet. And we took off with most of us riding on the back of Gyarados from Cece's old man, while Arthur took flight on Mantine. But sometime into our flight, we heard the sound of what sounded like somebody crying. So we went So we went to investigate it, and as we got close to the top of the pillars, we saw a sort of faint silhouette in the mists, and then suddenly a series of ice beams shot out at us and our Pokemon. We immediately dove back down to try and avoid them, but we were chased down by some Pokemon, this weird pale white ghost Pokemon that Pinkerton called a Frostlass.
Maroon, can I interrupt you real quickly?
What's up?
Have you ever, like, we have these back at the cloister, they're these video things that we watch. They have, they're kind of like these long videos, and they have different themes, and some of them are
movies.
Like scary, you know, movies. We've got these things called horror movies. You would be the first person to die. You hear crying, and then you go towards it, and then you see a child in the mist hiding from you, and you're like, this is normal, and I should go and stay around here.
No, I'm sorry, I hear someone crying and I shouldn't go and help them?
You should be very concerned.
We had our Pokemon ready, but like...
My heart swells with pride for how selfless you are, but
You were warned about ghost activity?
you may
It could have been it could have been a reveal or a reveal to
sequel movie. I'm sorry.
I made it to the damn island, Jakob!
You're still in the first movie.
You're still in the first movie.
Absolutely hilarious.
This needs to be clipped.
Absolutely.
Also, Beckett, I DM'd you.
Noted. I'll look at that in a bit. Well...
Okay, there's always a sequel.
Jakob is visibly smiling as he's doing this little teasing and harassing. He's definitely having a good time.
Well, anyways, though our selfless acts were expectedly not rewarded, and we took evasive maneuvers, which we prepared for, but when we got back down to the water to avoid the Frostlass, that's when things got really creepy. Because from there, as soon as we tried to switch over to the water for transport, suddenly we saw several icy humanoid bodies reaching out of the water trying to grab us and drag us down, and we had to fight those off too!
That's horrifying.
Yeah, no crap! But, thankfully, before things got too crazy and they could get the upper hand on us, we were saved and rescued by a friendly group of Seal and Dugong who managed to create enough of a distraction and escort us away to safety over here on these islands. Malcolm believes that these are what was once known as the Seafoam Islands back in the old world. So right now we're just sitting here resting and recovering whilst we prepare to make the rest of our journey. But we've also been hearing these strange sounds coming from inside some of the caves. It sounds sort of like somber, melodic roars is kind of the only way I can describe them.
You know what? I'm actually really happy with Sandstorm, it turns out.
Have you gotten any audio recordings of those roars? I might be able to try and identify if you had an audio recording. Is this like an ongoing thing that you hear from time to time?
Yeah, it goes off every few minutes or so. I think Malcolm might have a recording. You could probably talk to him about it. He seems pretty eager on investigating it.
Could be something very interesting. Just be careful.
While you have a signal booster being used, you all may want to consider getting out some Pokemon that can deal with the weather around you as best as possible.
Well, thankfully it's not hailing right now, but you still raise a very valid point. That said, I don't know if I have that many Pokemon that can do that. I've got poor Lucky resting in his...
Will be an issue.
I got poor Lucky resting in his Pokeball right now, and he is not a fan of the cold.
Who isn't a fan of the cold?
Lucky.
Oh.
Still, at the very least, I was able to get in touch with you guys. Haven't been able to reach Fireteam Venusaur for anything. I hope they're alright.
Venusaur is the one that was going to the Sevi Islands?
Yep. I'm sure they're fine. They're probably just out of range and in a difficult spot to communicate. But if anyone knows how to deal with a harsh crisis, it's them.
It's difficult too. We can't even really coordinate using signal boosters because if we use one and they're not using one at the same time, then we're just kind of wasting our resources. Perhaps for the next mission we should coordinate once every couple day check-ins where we all activate signal boosters at predetermined times based on our Pokegear clocks so that we can communicate with each other as teams over a wide area.
That actually sounds like a really solid plan. I'll shoot that off to Commander Surge.
Yeah, I have a good idea once in a while.
Oh, you have more than a few good ideas, Jakob.
Yeah, like not going and seeing creepy ice children in the middle of the...
All right already!
Okay.
But yeah, so... I just wanted to give you guys an update on where we were and what's going on with us. So, thank you for listening, and I'm glad to see that you guys are doing all right, all in all.
I'm glad that you're safe. make sure to take care of yourself, no matter how scary of a situation Malcolm wants to get everybody into.
Well, it's not just Malcolm. You know how Pinkerton is for adventure, and Arthur has no impulse control.
Thanks for the update. Good luck.
You guys too. Have a good one. Catch you later. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call.
They're in trouble.
Rude.
They'll be fine. They know how to take care of themselves. Plus, they've got Maroon with them. And we know that she's just as tough as any of us.
I hope that their toughness doesn't come into play as much as it may do. Hopefully they will stay safe.
Cece nods. Yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna take...
an audio recording. I'm kind of curious what they're up to.
Well,
Sorry, you were gonna do something?
I was just gonna take Mr. Slowpo and Rodriguez for a walk. See if that could help me take my mind off things.
Strider, that's what she named her Slowpoke.
Rodriguez and Mr.
Mr.
Slow.
Slow.
Mr.
Mr.
Slowpo.
Slowpoke.
I need to go.
You can't stay here, can you?
She can have shit in this stream.
Do you want to?
God damn it, she really don't look like she's walking.
What was that, Frey?
Do you want to take Hope with you? Okay, like, I don't know if the sandstorm's here yet, but Hope has Sandvale.
You know, that's probably not the worst idea. I think I'll take you up on that, as long as you don't mind sparing the Pokemon.
So she gives a thumbs up, shares senses with Hope so Hope can keep an eye on Cece, and waves.
Alright. Thank you. I'll see you guys later. Bye!
Listen, remember, don't eat it. It's your
And
hair.
they will exit. Ka-doom. And on that note, let's jump over to Layla.
Before you do anything, just as a point of order, looking at the stream, the formatting is kind of weird. Like, it's kind of shrunk.
Oh my gosh, you're right. What the hell?
I'm jumping on stream specifically to see this.
It's not a huge shrink. It's just like
No, I see it.
is, like 25% smaller.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on there. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I wish I'd seen it sooner, but...
Fuck you for
I
saying
just
you.
noticed it. Toshi is now 25% smaller, so not that much.
Oh. That's not the right button. Alright, and,
It's cold over at the Chiller Killer Pillars. A little shrinkage is to be expected.
Oh my god.
Lord. Alright, screen. There we go.
You are grounded.
Who, me?
Not sure how that happened, but
Yes,
whatever.
You.
There we
Little
go. Looks better on
me.
the screen.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow the friggin' window got shrunk somehow. Either way, though, thankfully it was easily repairable, and it didn't like create a massive fucking disconnect or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Everything was still perfectly
Hey, there we
viewable,
go.
just slightly off kilter. Anyway, all right, enough reassuring myself while
So
trying to.
I'm only not on Twitch, so then that
Yep.
way that's less for
Yep.
my downloading interruption. I really want to play it tonight, even if I have to stay up all night.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
There.
All right, over to Layla.
So Layla is actually, after, that little bit of brooding, she is actually going to go and look for Sam.
All right.
Sorry, Strider.
No, you're good. I'm gonna do something before Layla comes in, though.
Sure. And I was actually just gonna say, in order to seek out, Sam, Layla, I would like you to make me either an intuition or survival roll. Also, don't worry, I did see your message. Strider.
I would absolutely
Oh, yeah, no, you responded.
if roll 20 would just alchemist or
Hydrate.
hydrate.
Oh, that's great, because I just drank some of my drink. My jeek? Your drink? My jeek. Your jeek. I was trying to say drink and juice at the same time,
Oh god.
and it came out like the cutesiest drink. Stop judging me,
All right.
Noel. You're by your friend. Stay petty.
So,
I blew you kisses.
because you are an absolute baller, you'll be able to see the faint impressions left by, Actually, you know what? No, Strider, make me a retroactive stealth roll, please. Oh, wait, I'll do it for you because you're on your phone.
Oh, Jesus. No, I can do roll
Okay.
20. So, give me one. That's not fair to Layla, but okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so Layla, you are
I
able
told
to
you it's not
find...
fair to Layla.
You're able to find the faint impressions of, Sam's, boot prints in the sand along the, top here. But, as you follow them down along the way and eventually reach... What the hell was it? I gotta zoom out a bit. There we are. As you follow them along and eventually reach the ladder, you will feel the wind begin to pick up as the sandstorm starts blowing closer and closer to the village. And you will see your trail has been blown away, and you are unable to find it quite again. So,
Fuck.
from here, you don't know where he's gone.
Layla does remember that Sam had expressed interest in doing research, so she would try and find the place where that happens, but she doesn't know where that is.
Alright, so how are you going to try and find it then? Just sort of navigate your way around, or what?
Yeah, I think she's just gonna navigate around at this point.
Alright, intuition, please.
Fuck.
You should have just asked.
Holy shit, that's the best I can do!
Alright,
Give it to her.
so it's going to take you a hot minute, but knowing what you know about old world architecture and the way that these buildings are laid out, especially compared to the big grandiose gym that Brock is being kept in, you're able to discern what is probably just sort of like a living hut or a structure and what might be a sort of more important building. So now it's just a matter of narrowing those down, and eventually you will be able to take a close enough look at some of those buildings to find the library and archive, at which point you will enter. But before we get to that, we are going to go into said library where Sam is currently dwelling. And by library, I mean museum.
The food's not here, and neither is Toshi, but I still care about you.
Yep.
Oh.
Go. Go. Thank you.
So, Sam, as you arrive, I am going to say that Irene actually is still here.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, this will work. As you enter, Iron will sort of look over at you, slightly surprised, but he will say nothing and simply go back to honing his weapon.
Sam is kind of gonna like side-eye him as he goes back to his research, but with his back to him, he's going to send a message.
All right.
The message would be to Ned. And I'm trying to think about how to word this. I had it and I didn't write it down, and that was my downfall. Basically, it's him asking if he has any information he's willing to give about Giovanni, and if so, what's the price? But he is going to give him like some information. Like I'm talking about gym leader era Giovanni.
The response is, no mercy and no help to traitors. You made your choice.
The response to that is, funny how you'll still reply and keep the contact info of a traitor. Like,
You think you're clever, don't you, mate?
I'm going to call him. See if he'll answer. But if I'm going to call him, I kind of want to go to a more secluded part of the room.
Yep, that makes sense.
I'm going to ask Iron if, before I call him, if there is a place I can make a private phone call.
Yeah, there should be a private study room upstairs.
I won't touch anything. And he will venture upstairs to the study room.
All right. And you go up to the study room. And you are alone.
I will call Ned now. There's a low
Oop.
chance that he'll answer, but you know.
Wrong button.
But he might.
Alright, high or low?
Oh, God. I'm scared. I want to say low, but then if I do that, it'll roll high. Just do low.
Hey!
Oh my God. He answers.
Alright. Calling Ned.
I'm gonna go over here.
Calling Ned. Calling Ned. Calling Ned. The phone line rings for some time until finally, as you are about to give up, you got some nerve actually calling me up, mate. What would your friends think if they knew you were calling up the enemy?
I'm sure they'd ask my reasons.
And what are your reasons
No.
then? You want to know about Giovanni? You'd really put all that at risk just to learn some information about an old gym leader?
It's a little bit more than that.
Oh, is it now?
I find, let's just say I've took an interest in learning nowadays.
Is that right?
You took quite a risk for it. You actually took quite a risk for, answering the phone.
I got enough of a fallback with more than you do. At least I'm loyal.
I'm still loyal,
Nah.
just with the better side.
Whatever, mate. You said you wanted information. You said you were willing to pay for it. What you got?
Shut up, Shay. She just whispers, "What you buy?" Let me look through my inventory what I can give to him. There's so much that I can't give him.
My cat is
What do you
singing
want?
the song of his people outside. I have to be back in a minute. I apologize.
It's okay.
What do you want? Money? Information?
What I want is your head. You treacherous little shit.
That's big talk for somebody who still answered the phone for a traitor.
You're really not gonna drop that, are you? Wielding it
No,
like it's some deadly
careful.
weapon. But you don't even know what the fuck you're holding.
I can learn. I've been learning some new skills anyway. Now stop avoiding the question. What do you want?
I ain't avoiding anything. You don't got shit that I want, and you've made that abundantly clear. So unless you can offer me something, I don't think I have any reason to stay on the phone with a trader anymore.
I'm trying to think about what he could want, like as I'm looking through my shit, because I know he wouldn't want money, and I don't know what information I know that I can give him only a part of. So I'm willing to roll a skill with a bonus, since I do know him,
Alright.
to figure out what Ned could possibly want.
Intuition.
What bonus can I get with that?
I will give you a +2.
Plus you. A 16.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
The cloister has Jamie still locked up as their prisoner. If you could give him a way in past that, or any sort of information that could help with that, that might be something he'd be interested in. That would also be an act of treason, though.
Yeah, it would. Well, no, I have. Ooh. No, I have a way to do it. I have a way to do it without it being treason, but still giving him information. Because remember, Sam did attack the door.
Mm-hmm.
to try to get to Jamie.
Alright.
I have information about the prisoner.
And you
Jamie.
do. Sure you do. How she's doing, what she likes to read in her cell, or what they're feeding her.
I got up to her cell. I know how to get in.
And why would you tell us this?
2 reasons. Technically 3. Depending on the time. But the most important reason is because I get what I want, and you still can't get in.
He's gonna smirk at that. Then why should I bother giving you... Then what is it worth to me, then? If I can't get in or do anything with it, why would I want it?
Because you know that your employers are going to be stupid enough to try.
They're gonna be stupid enough to try regardless. You're not exactly giving me motivation to act on it, mate. How can I use this?
By working a plan around it. Or just go in blind.
And this information you'd be willing to give me is something I could work with? Something I could use to get in? Why would you do that?
Of sorts.
Or is your team, is your better side starting to show its cracks a little bit? Having some second thoughts, maybe?
I haven't joined any team. I'm just with people that I care about. But you want to know anything about that?
Gotcha. Alright then. Fine. I'll entertain this.
Go lay down. Thank you.
Meet us out in the Viridian Desert. At the mouth of your little pewter canyon.
So, you guys are here.
We're Team Satellite, Sam. We're everywhere.
But you're not. And Sam will hang up with that.
Zzz. As you hang up, you will
I'm
be
gonna have to call
messaged.
Surge.
You will be messaged coordinates.
Yep. That sounds about right. I am gonna call Surge though, so that way he.
Alright.
Ooh.
Before you do that, however, we're gonna go back over to Layla as she enters the library.
Layla, I swear it's for the greater good.
The greater good.
And I
Doug.
say library when I again mean museum. You enter the museum and
We know what you mean.
sure enough, much to you, however you react, you will see Iron sitting at a desk, polishing his weapon, while also looking at a text of some kind.
Me too, buddy.
Oh my god.
Whoa! Wow! You walked into that one.
That seems to be the recurring theme tonight.
It really is, isn't it? Layla is just gonna go in and start looking for Sam. She's not even going to... She doesn't even want to look at any of the Steelix tribe.
Intuition roll again, please.
That's about her average.
Alright. He is not anywhere down here that you can see, so maybe he's upstairs.
Layla will go upstairs.
Alright. Before you go up, you will be stopped by one of the guards. What's your business?
I'm looking for my teammate.
He's currently in one of the private studies.
Layla seethes for a little bit.
Shall
Can
I
you
ask?
tell him Layla's here?
Very well. Wait here a moment. And they make their way up.
Layla's actually gonna go over, like, in the corner, like, kind of, like, with the stairs in sight, but, like,
Yeah.
as far away from people as she can be.
Sam, the moment you hang up, you hear someone coming up the stairs in heavy metallic armor.
Hang up from Ned, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I will glance over. Do I have a time limit?
Old Worlder Sam, your teammate Layla is looking for you. Do you wish to see her?
Yeah.
Shall I send her up?
Please.
Very well. Alright, and he makes his way back down and looks over to Layla. You may ascend.
Layla just goes straight up. Doesn't even look at him.
Respect the museum and respect the artifacts.
Just still goes up.
Yep. You go up, and you will see Sam in the private study.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
Actually, you're quite the person I need before I talk to Serge.
Well, I guess we need each other then. Wait, why do you need to talk to Serge?
Do you want to get your feelings out first, or do you want me to just straight tell you? Because clearly you came to me for something that the group couldn't provide you. I hate how tall she is compared to me.
I know that like there's a part of me that like, yeah, Layla's tall, but even that feels wrong. Like Sam is at least her height, if not a little bit taller, I feel like.
Yeah, but not by much, like maybe an inch or two.
Yeah.
Better?
There we go.
There we go.
Awesome.
That's better.
Perfect.
Also, Layla's just thick.
Yeah.
It's a muscle. I have that lean muscle, you have that muscle.
I got thick. Oh, Jesus Christ! Why did you make me crunchy?
Because it was funny.
Fuck.
Now who walked into that one, huh?
White Putin is on deck.
Oh, shut up, alchemist.
Proceed.
Layla sighs. You're the only soldier. You get it. They don't.
Okay.
You saw the battle, right?
Yes.
From a soldier's standpoint, how would you assess it?
Sam is going to get really quiet for a minute. And, like, he does have that look of thinking to where he's, like, recapping the events. I say it was a practice run. You were sizing up your opponent, figuring out his strengths and his weaknesses. After all, you both knew it would be a battle, and you were both going in blind. Now, both of you guys have information on each other. I see it as a strategy.
Layla's actually gonna look at Sam kind of surprised. I'll admit that's
What?
not what I expected you to say.
Why? Because you failed? Everybody fails, Layla. Nobody's the best at everything all the time.
I know. And I've never liked losing. It's something I've been trying to work on. And I have been getting better, but this loss, it hurt differently.
Why?
Because I don't know if you heard Jakob and Cece just hyping me up. Like Jakob said that Iron should be scared of me. We were talking earlier about how, when this is all over, we should be the next, Elite Four. And for a moment, I believe...
Sam's actually gonna shift at that a little bit, like... Well, being hyped up is a good thing sometimes. And even though you lost, he clearly respects you now. And so do the others.
But I don't understand why.
You may not have won because you fought diligently. Because you didn't back down. Even when you were losing, you kept going. You gave it your all, and you didn't quit.
There's a moment where Layla looks like she's kind of like... The eyes are slowly starting to well up, but she is like... She's very taken aback at Sam's words.
You said you wanted to be part of the Elite Four. Well, I was doing my research on them. And you want to know what they do? They fight, and they lose to make way for the next champion. They get stronger, so it's harder. They win some, they will lose some. doesn't mean they're not great. They're the elite. Like I said, everybody loses. And that's okay.
I think maybe just because of how I reacted, like, maybe, I don't know. I never thought of it that way. I was.
Of course not. You said it yourself. You're bad at losing.
It's just this time I felt like I let the team
You-
down.
Why do you think you let us down? Because they hyped you up?
Because ever since we got out, every time they talk about me, they reference me as, oh yeah, Layla's the one who protects us. She keeps us safe. She's the strongest. And the first chance I get to prove that, Sam, I didn't even injure him. I couldn't even beat 2 of his Pokemon. Not even one of them.
That's because he's a taskmaster, Layla. We're kind of forces of nature. The more you injure us, the harder we fight.
I think I also realized that I work better in a team. I mean, think about it. When we fight as hunters, when we're fighting with our Pokemon, we're almost unstoppable. But get me alone and it was. It's like I couldn't be strong enough. Like I wasn't worthy
So-
enough. Like I can't.
So let's work on that. I'm a taskmaster. I'll focus solely on that. And you'll get stronger. And you'll learn to work solo and not just as a team. Until you feel confident enough to rematch him one day.
I'll admit, I thought you were going to be a little.
Doesn't have to be
harder on me.
today. Why?
Not to say that you wouldn't be helpful, but I don't know. Like,
Well, I'm not gonna hold your hand.
no, and I don't want that. I love my team, and I care about them, and I'm grateful for them, but sometimes they
Are too soft.
sugarcoat things. And I don't need the sugarcoating.
Well, I'm not going to be as hard as on you because everything that I can say you'd be saying to yourself already. But I don't really know how to sugarcoat or be nice, and that's not who I am as a person. So I'm going to talk to you in the only other way I know how. Analyzing the situation. You were screwed from the start. But you still went on, and you still fought. Instead of walking away feeling defeated, try walking away learning something from it.
I think I would like to train up like that. I need to I need to be a better fighter.
You're
I
already a
also
great
know that-
fighter, Layla.
Yeah, but I need to be better.
You need to be
At the
more
same-
versatile.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I would like to train up with you, but I also know that you've been doing your own research here, and I don't want to take away from that.
Yeah, well, I kind of hit ahead on that, and I researched the only contact I know, and that's where I need you.
What are you talking about?
Don't jump left. I want you to sit here and think of this tactically like a soldier. I need information. So I called Ned. Surprisingly, he picked up. I'm going to be meeting him.
Layla is going to deeply inhale, but she is going to sit and like she's gonna like cross her fingers in front of her face and just breathe. Okay. You needed information and he wants to meet you.
Yes, but his price is pretty steep, and that's where I'm going to talk to Serge. Here's where I'm going to be playing a double agent. He knows that I'm with you guys. And I want you to know right here, right now. I've made my choice. I'm never going back. No matter what they hand me. Can you trust me on that?
Yeah. What I'm wondering
Yeah.
now is, are you trying to get Ned out? And do you trust that he'll be able to get out or be willing?
That's where it's difficult, Layla. Ned will never come to our side. He's a loyal fanatic, but not to Team Satellites. How do I explain this? I have it in my notes, and I'm trying to find it, and then I keep going. He's not a fanatic to them, but he's loyal to Team Satellite, and it's unshakable. But if I can just knock that, just a little bit of some pebbles, I mean, he'll still be a problem, but a different flavor of problem. Besides, he's gonna kick my ass. And it's fair. I'm gonna deserve that for what I'm gonna do.
And what are you gonna do?
His pride. His price for the information that I want is information about where Jamie is. Her cell, to be exact.
Layla, like, shifts and her legs start shaking. Okay,
I need to talk to Serge. Here's my plan. He thinks that my faith with you guys is a little shaken. He's not wrong. I'm a little standoffish with everyone right now, but it's not shaken. I'm not going to up and leave you all. But if he wants to believe it, that will help my cause so much more. I'm going to give him part of the truth. I can't lie. Because if so, he'll never trust me again. But I have to be very careful about my words. And I'm not going to do this in blindside Surge. He is your leader. I need his help. What I need your help with is how do I approach him? Because if I can play this card right, Layla,
I need to know what you're asking for. You said this was a price. A price for what? What are you trying to get out of him?
information on Giovanni.
On who?
Giovanni. He was a gym leader, a very secretive one. And then he turned out to be the head of Team Satellite. Not Team Satellite, Team Rocket. He was a big wig up there. And I figure the more I can figure out about him, maybe it might be easier to understand more of Team Satellite. After all, his subordinates kind of run it. And
What do you mean?
with how things have been going, he might also be frozen somewhere.
Wait.
What I mean, Layla. I think he's waiting for you to finish.
Layla is, I think we're both kind of at that point. It's just like that kind of silent, like, no, you do it, but without actually saying it. Layla is kind of,
Yeah.
Layla's doing a lot of gestures, but is stopping herself to let Sam finish.
No, go on.
Okay. Do you think that Giovanni is actually still out there somewhere? Like, frozen, like the Frostlass Initiative?
With how everything else is, probably.
Given what they were able to do, that's not outside the realm of possibility. If we are going to Viridian, and that was Giovanni's base, maybe there's still some remnants there, so it would help if we knew that. I get it, but I'm gonna say right now, I hate it.
I do too, Layla. Do you really think that I want to give this to him?
I know you don't, but I also know that you wouldn't suggest it if you didn't think it could help us in the long run.
I'm letting you guys know now. I'm willing to do the things that you guys are not willing to do. Even if it means having the whole party hate me at the end of the day. I really feel like this might be important. If not now, later on. And if this could work, he might try to talk me into joining Satellite, and we might be able to go back and forth with information. That's asking too much, but it's something to look forward to if I can play my cards right.
That's
Dangerous.
very.
Trust me. I know Ned better than all of you.
Get that.
I know what I'm stepping into.
But that means he knows you better than we know you.
That's where he doesn't know where I've changed. He knew the old me. I'm still learning about myself, Layla. And I've already set my path above me. I may not know where it's leading, but it definitely isn't leading back to them.
Layla closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and stands up, looking at Sam head on. 3 things. First, before you do anything, before you call Surge, you need to tell the others. As much as I don't like this plan, I do see the value in it. But they're a part of this team too, and they need to know. We can't keep them in the dark. Was that your plan? To tell them too?
Eventually.
Can you say
Honestly,
that
it's
again?
gonna
You
be
kind of
after
broke up
I
a
met
little
Ned.
bit.
Sorry, he said eventually, but honestly, it was going to be after he met Ned.
No. It needs to be before. That's not fair to the team, and I know that's not fair to Toshi. I don't like using her like that, but...
What do you mean using her?
I don't like using her, like... I don't like saying, oh, you shouldn't do this because what will Toshi think? I don't like doing that, but... We're a team.
Marty would know what she would say. And that is exactly why I weigh my options. Her voice is already in my head there, Layla. But this needs to be done.
I understand. But going behind their backs like that isn't fair.
You're right. And after this, I will have a talk with them. But no matter what they say, I am going to be going. Alone. He can't know you guys are around. What's the other things?
Well, now I have another thing to add on because that I absolutely do not like. And
You don't have to like it, you just have to follow it.
be careful with that. Because like it or not, you're a part of this team too, Sam. I know that you're kind of... You said that you were standoffish, and I get that. But I don't think you understand how much of a team we see you as. Like, we genuinely care about you. So you can't tell us to just sit back and let this happen. And you certainly can't expect us not to do anything about it. You're too important to us. And I'm sorry to
If
say,
you guys
we're not just going to
interfere.
sit idly by.
If you interfere, it will compromise everything. I'm not saying don't ever come. I guess what I'm saying is stay back. If you don't hear from me in, we'll all decide a good amount of time, then come looking for me.
That means you gotta tell them all. You gotta tell them beforehand. I understand doing that, Maybe you could have Toshi share senses with Bass. So at least somebody is watching you.
I can't bring Bass in this heat. I'd have to bring someone else.
Then Houndini.
Sam's gonna look at his party and then look at Layla and then look back at his party. She's resting.
Okay. As long as it's someone. Like someone she can look through, someone she can connect. That way we at least have eyes on you. And as far as I know, Ned's not a Chandler.
No, he's not.
You can absolutely tell them that this is going to happen. And I will support you in that. That's the second thing. I may not like it, but I will support you, provided that you at least take some precaution, like having Toshi see through it. Or like have a radio or something that we can use so that way we know what's happening there. But no matter what, Sam, teammate to teammate, soldier to soldier, I'll back you up.
What's the other two things?
You plan on talking to Serge about this, right?
Yes. Before I even go meet Ned.
You need to think of a damn good reason why he should compromise the safety of the cloister, because when you tell him this plan, that's what he's going to think at first. So you either need to have some kind of contingency or some other plan that either minimizes risk or avoids it. Otherwise, I know he's not going to approve
He'd
it.
be prepared.
That's-
They already plan on attacking.
What do you mean?
Ned let slip that they already were planning on heading over there.
Okay.
At least this way we can control it.
Come to him with that. Approach it to him as a countermeasure or a counterattack.
Not to mention being more prepared. They can move her. They could add more security.
I mean, we've been gone for a few days. Just because she was there when we left doesn't mean she's still there.
That's true.
When you talk to Serge, have that.
And your third reason? I need you there for when I talk to Serge. I'm a newcomer. He holds your word. He listens to it.
That'll help. And again, while I don't like it or not, if this attack is going to happen, this isn't a snap decision you made. You've thought about this. As long as you don't leave us out of the equation, as long as you keep us informed, we're going to help. But I can promise you that if you try to do something either without telling us or without like letting us know what you're doing, one of us is going to come after you when you don't want us to. And I'm going to give you 4 guesses as to who's going to be the first to do that.
Is it Layla?
There's 4 of you.
Exactly.
She wouldn't.
She would.
She's smart enough.
When it comes to people she cares about, there are no lengths that Toshi wouldn't go to. At least.
Let's go talk to the group. I don't have a lot.
Thank you. And
Did Ned give him a time limit of when to get there? 1 second. Beckett,
I
did
hear-
Ned give Sam a time limit?
If you check the coordinates again, he says you have until the sandstorm lets up.
Okay. I don't have a lot of time. I have until the sandstorm lets up. And we don't know when that is. It could be soon, it could be days.
so let's go talk to them. I'll stand by you. But no matter
Layla.
what, Sam, we do this together.
Thank you
Thank you.
for actually trusting me, Layla.
I think we soldiers understand each other.
Sam is going to...
I think we soldiers understand each other in the way that the rest don't. That's why I came to you.
It's because we think with both our gut and our head. We think of the most tactical solution to get out of whatever situation we're into with the least amount of casualties. But you have to remember, Layla, casualties happen. Not everybody can be saved. Not everybody can win.
So we triage.
Yep.
And like it or not, you're a priority. Layla's gonna give a slight smirk to Sam.
And I think on...
Sam will lightly punch his shoulder and tell her and say we agree to disagree, and we'll start walking down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And on that note, we will go to our break.
Holy fucking shit.
Why is it right upstairs?
Dude, you're not in the notes. You don't see the speech that Freya's been typing up.
I guess
I need somebody to put me in the notes real quick. I need to read it.
So, what does everyone else think of the game so far tonight?
I mean, yes, Toshi chasing after you and stuff would be scary, but as soon as you said, I'll give you a guess as to who hunts you down, all I imagined was Sam just like walking out somewhere in the middle of a field to meet a contact, and then the entire meeting with the contact was a ruse, and suddenly Big Barda's shadow just streaks across the open field. And you're like, oh, that's terrible. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't run from that. Or hide, I think, with a Pidgeot.
Send
But
me the notes.
They're still in the sandstorm.
I was so close. I was so close to killing Nyx today with the jokes about Maroon in a horror movie, and I was almost there, and she's not dead.
You were so close. You were.
Yeah,
So
He's
was
not
funny.
dead. Ah.
Well, we still have more than a little session left, and we will get back to it in, let's make it 10 minutes.
Maybe she'll
Okay.
die in the sequel.
Oh no, Maroon's too ready to die.
Die in the
No,
sequel.
Nick.
Oh, me? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
Woo!
dead.
Alright, we'll be back in 10, everybody. Don't go anywhere.
Damn.
Thank you, 10.
Goodbye.
Thank you,
Like,
Dad.
go to the bathroom if you need to.
I'm gonna make a choice real quick, and I'm going to jump onto Discord to see if I can find where the notes are, so that way I can read Toshi's notes.
I removed them.
No! Why would you do that?
Because you're gonna have to talk to Toshi.
You're gonna have to live through it
Oh,
and
no,
suffer
you're
for
good.
the sins that you are
We're going
committing.
to talk. We're going to talk. Don't you worry. But I just want to read them now because I really want to get a giggle.
No, you're not allowed
Please
to
don't
plan
tell me you
for
actually
the-
removed them.
You're not allowed to plan for the shellacking
not.
that you are about to
I'm
deserve.
not. I'm going to oogle at I'm really not going to plan. I'm
You
I'm
must
really
be
going to oogle at
punished.
to see how much time I have
You
on
must suffer.
Discord.
You must suffer.
Shut your mouth. You're gonna suffer.
You must die.
Okay. I mean, I just might.
Dan has provided a rendezvous point. It's by a tree in the center of a field. Sam walks up the hill towards the tree in the center of the field, and after a while the sun gets kind of oppressive, so he stands underneath the shade. In that moment, Jakob peers down from inside of the tree and says, "Hey, buddy!" as the entire hill begins to stand up and Robin's eyes open. Oh no!
Gigantamax Robin.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the fight. You're fighting the ground.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Robin would make a terrifying ground type.
We will, I mean, we can make that happen late game with, I don't know, Arceus probably. Jesus.
We can make that happen once I implement terrestrialization, which I'm working on.
Alright, I'm okay with that. I'm honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in the lack of, normal water and normal fire types. We've got Pyroar and Bibarel, which, I mean, those are killer, don't get me wrong, but, it's really not fertile ground.
No, it's not, unfortunately.
That's why I'm like, man, I've only got a couple things that can do water or fire damage, so if Jakob fights a Steelix, it's basically just going to be a slugging match of who's got more hit points and defense. Oh, we both do? Fuck.
I mean, you could teach him some ground moves.
I do have some Pokemon that have ground moves.
That's just going to be targeting physical defense, though, for the most part. Unless you can get someone to, learn, Earth Power or something.
Yeah, and I also have the ability to train people's moves to switch the power type that they use, so I can go with that if I need to.
Fucking A!
Hooray, Mentor.
I guess so.
Hey, you said you want to teach Cece how to be a mentor, and Jakob wants to learn to be an ace trainer. We'll make it happen.
I'm debating on what I want CC to go into for her 4th class yet.
It's so hard.
I mean, right now I'm going to focus on her maxing out Ace Trainer before I get into something else right now, though. Because, I really don't want her to be spreading herself thin like this. And Ace Trainer is going to be so fucking good for her. I shall be back shortly.
I got that right, Brandon?
What?
That Ned did hint that they were, basically getting ready to try to rescue her.
He basically said that, or hinted that, Team Satellite has plans to retrieve, Jamie. But that's about
Okay.
it. And
I did read that right then.
Mhm. Which is something that could be pretty easily figured considering you have one of their own of some significant rank.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. Oh!
Anyways, I shall be right back.
No! My face is such a stone! Hurt. God damn it, I was in the middle of reading. Now my face hurts. Shut up! You draw your picture, you butt wipe.
Now your face looks like a butt. Checkmate.
Your face always looks like a butt. Check.
Now my face always in a butt.
That sounds like a you problem.
Nah, ain't sounding like a problem.
Fuck. I have to go back. I don't remember where it was.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm on them Nashville Nibblers.
Trying to read the Toshi notes as well as like the regular notes that you put. Frey's not even here.
I'm back.
I'm trying to read the notes. I don't have any side notes that you put, and it makes me sad.
I cut and paste. I removed the paragraph that I had to prevent spoilers.
Oh, you're a terrible lady.
Am
You're
I?
a terrible person, Frey. Some days. You're grounded, I remember that. You should be nice to me, I injured myself.
We're having this conversation. You think Toshi's the one in the doghouse?
No, but Frey is.
Oh, sweet. MS Paint is starting to roll out new like other art editing programs have had such features for a good long while, but MS Paint, that like iconic old photo editor thing, is going to get transparency and layers. So you can
Ooh.
have different layers and shit like Photoshop can do.
So, hold on.
I'm gonna be able to make so many more memes.
I have returned.
My fucking lip got cut by my tooth. I'm trying to think of the best candidate to have with me, and I keep leaning towards Astaroth because Astaroth does, listen to Sam, and he wouldn't be affected by the sandstorm being a ghost.
No, he still would.
And fuck, shit. The only one then that won't be is probably the sand.
Rock types, steel types, and ground types are immune to sandstorm.
Sandile is a ground type, otherwise.
Popo would be immune.
I don't really. I could bring Popo out. Popo does listen to Sam. Yeah, swap out my Golurk for Popo.
Golurk would also
Please
work.
and thank you. I don't have that same relationship with Golurk as I do with,
That's totally cool. I was just
Popo.
saying.
Actually, no. Swap out the. Oh no, I need to Muchiro. Muchiro for Popo. Final answer.
Okay. Muichiro.
Because Popo would listen to Sam, and only Sam, unless it's AJ yelling at him. Because AJ outbratted him.
Oh, that was so good.
Sam's gonna get yelled at and his ass kicked at the same time. But he does have a good plan.
We take a look at Sam's plan, and it's just written on a napkin. It says, step 1, get close. Step 2, fight. And then step 3 is just blank.
Step 3, profit. Step 3, profit.
Survive.
We don't even know if there's going to be profit.
No, step 3, survive. Step 4, profit.
Alright, who's all back?
I am back.
I never left. I'm too busy reading my RP wife's notes, and they just don't like me.
What, you thought this was gonna be easy?
You'd never make it easy. I don't ever get a fucking easy relationship going down. Fictional or not. Noelle, you stink.
She didn't take up from that.
She did.
Now pass me. Now pet me. So I could feel better about myself.
Here, put this over there. That for you, fucker. My tooth hurts.
Have you checked the time? Maybe it's 2:30.
Shut up.
Actually, it's 10 after.
Fucking Shay goes, actually, it's 10 after. 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Alright.
Am I still bleeding? No. Why am I bleeding? Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you see that face? Got an eye boogie going on. Oh no. Why won't you let me get it? Thank you. It was a crusty one. Why you got some crusty eyes? I don't know. Hold on. Can you see her face?
Bro, that's where the flavor is. What you talking about? That's where you get the
I keep
sauce.
stretching.
Ew.
You get that ice sauce.
No.
You didn't hear about that in math class? You didn't hear in math class about the isosceles triangle?
That's not what that means.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
The human body is fantastic, and you guys are just like being so demeaning. It creates so many different flavors.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Welcome back. You missed.
How dare you?
You should be glad you missed
What
some
happened?
things.
What happened?
Just himbo talking about eye
I dropped the
sauce.
phone in my face.
What's your favorite triangle? Let's play the game.
Yeah.
Do I want to play the game?
If the game is Pokemon Rebuilders, then yes.
Yes, I do want to play that game.
That is indeed the game I'm hoping we're playing.
Alright, then let's get back into it, shall we?
Strider, you okay? What was that?
I think they're talking to their
shaking my
dog.
dog's butt, going
Aw.
booty, booty,
Okay.
booty, booty, rocking everywhere, rocking everywhere,
Okay.
rocking everywhere.
Do you want to know?
She's just
Do you
laying
want to know
there.
what it sounded like?
Half-
Do you want to know what it sounded like to me? Because
Yeah.
it was like so muted and warbled in the background. All I heard was
Yep.
like that fucking JoJo's
It
episode.
doesn't help that.
Anyway,
Literally.
God.
Just mad eating the booty in the background. Just
Oh, good. I'm not alone. Alchemist
Mhm.
agrees with me. He also heard that.
We
Alright,
haven't gotten that far in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Shay's like, we haven't gotten that far in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, it's an uncomfortable episode. I'm gonna warn you here and now.
yeah.
It really is. It really is.
All right. Are we all back and ready to get into it?
Yep. Sounds like
He
it.
still heard pretty, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that.
Alright. We're gonna open back up to Jakob and Toshiko in the gym. So, Jakob, what you up to right now?
Well, the sandstorm is approaching, and there's not really a huge amount we can do outside of attempt to hunker down and wait it out, so not really sure. I do have a large supply of preserves already, so in case we need to feed people if, you know, like power or most amenities are destroyed or knocked offline temporarily, we should be okay. But I'm not really sure what to do in this case. We've been so used to being mobile and active that just having to sit down and wait something out is new.
Alright, well, what about you, Toshiko?
I think Toshi wants to go talk to Brock.
Okay. You will find Brock still just sort of, over on, like, his pedestal area, and he will be polishing up the boulder badge.
Toshi's gonna get out her Ultra Ball with the onyx that she caught in it as she walks up to Brock.
Oh, hey, Toshiko. What's up?
Hey, Brock. Well, I caught an onyx, and she holds out the Ultra Ball with the onyx in it. And I was thinking about its potential and how I might help make it stronger. And I believe it's a metal coat that an onyx requires to evolve into a steelix, correct?
Brock nods. That's right. If you use a metal coat with an onyx and train it hard, eventually it'll gain enough experience to evolve into a steelix.
Do you think there's a way that I might be able to get a metal coat to strengthen Elikon?
I think that seems pretty arrangeable. The local tribe seem to have found more than enough ways to at least get an equivalent for their steelixes.
Do you think it might require some sort of test? Trial?
I'm not sure. I don't think that it's held in the same regard as, like, their Z crystals or their battling or what have you. But they probably have their own methods of acquiring it that probably aren't super easy either. The way I understand it, you have to find enough metal in the earth, and then from there you go to the process of extracting it and converting it into a sort of metal coating for your Pokemon.
Interesting.
I've done it on a couple occasions back in the old world, but we had better equipment and more designated areas for that sort of thing. Still, if you want, I could see about talking with the tribe to help you out in that regard.
And we are, as a fire team, generally helpful. If there's anything we can do to improve the quality of lives, I know that they're rather determinedly self-sufficient, which is applaudable given everything they've had to face. But I don't know if there's something we can do to build more goodwill.
Actually, what is it that you can do, Toshiko?
I commune with Pokemon. I'm a channeler, I'm a researcher, I'm a botanist. I know a lot about plants and mushrooms and a lot of stuff that isn't readily prevalent in these desert environments, except in specialized, like, cacti and various... I'm really interested to get out into the desert and actually see the local fauna and flora.
Brock is going to sort of, like, stroke his chin a bit. I see. Alright. Yeah, I think we can actually work with this. Follow me. I have an idea.
Okay.
And he's going to start heading for the door. Jakob, he calls out. Toshiko and I are headed out to talk with the tribe to see if they can get her a metal coat. You're welcome to join us if you want. It might be a good opportunity to get to know the villagers a little better.
Sounds like a wonderful time. More than happy to join you.
Awesome. All right. Stay close, you guys.
Toshi will get Grenda out. Because Grenda also has Sand Veil to help protect if the sandstorm is already here.
Nice. What?
Please stick close to Grenda.
And so, the lot of you will step out into Pewter City proper. Well, Pewter Ruins.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to have Snowplow with me. My ice ground type.
Ice Rock.
Ice rock type. It's an
Okay.
Avalugg.
Yep.
I know.
Who's also immune to all kinds of damage and hit point loss from any kinds of hazard or weather or anything like that. So even if the sandstorm does come in, Snowplow will just be like, oh man.
Yeah, being a rock.
destroyed,"
Yeah, being a rock type, it's already naturally immune to sandstorm.
and has permafrost from being a Avalugg. So it's just like, yeah, I don't do those moves. I don't believe in that.
Yep. It's fun as hell.
And when Jakob wants to cook fresh fish and keep it chill, once it's sliced, he can put it on top of Snowplow and then deliciously fresh.
Alright. So, sorry, I'm just waiting for you to get Avalugg out.
Oh wait, did my thing not roll over? Let me check.
I'm not seeing it on the map anywhere.
I just now saw it.
Oh, okay.
Now it's gone.
That's because I put it on there.
Yeah, no, I didn't roll over to the other map. My apologies.
It's all good.
There's my man.
Alright. So as you send out Avalugg, the two guards are actually going to sort of be, like, taken aback. What? What Pokemon is that?
Oh, that's Snowplow. They're one of my friends.
Snowplow? It kind of looks like it.
Yes.
Huh. It kind of looks like an Avalugg, but its body's much more rocky. But it doesn't look
Well, I
like the
mean,
shiny variant.
I mean, you're right. It is an Avalugg. Sorry, but his name is Snowplow. So sorry, I just assumed.
Very interesting. Its skin almost looks like it has a rocky composition.
It does indeed.
This variant
The,
of Avalugg is rock and ice.
The internal hardness and strength of rock, and then in a way, the ablative and regenerative nature of ice on the exterior allows for quite the large amount of ability to take damage and keep on moving. I'm sure you'd appreciate.
Truly incredible! Pokemon really are amazing. These differences can also be attributed to this Avalugg being a Hisuian variant. Professor Grandoak chimes in.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Hisuian. Jakob looks towards Toshi.
Toshi begins it like, will info dump as much
Yep.
as allowed. Like, yes, it's weird. Like here's the history of the old
You
Sinnoh
just-
area. Blah 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 blah.
A screen comes up in front of you, and you start hearing the projector reel, just the
Yep.
as it just starts playing the film from the 1930s in front of us.
Between Toshi and Grand Dope, they're getting all the information they could want,
Yep.
and
And-
probably more.
An ancient historical variant. Reminds me of looking up fossil Pokemon and digging them up. I'll have to look into that sometime.
I could provide. I didn't bring a printed out copy. We could get information. Does Brock have a Pokegear? We could get this information to
Oh,
you
yeah.
somehow.
Oh yeah, Brock has a Pokegear. It's a little outdated, but it should still work.
I can get text files with like pictures attached. It should have
Mhm.
a nice, simple way to get this information to you.
Sounds great. Truth be told, I've actually been starting to, or rather, I actually started looking into Pokemon research myself sometime before the impact.
Yeah? What did you like to research?
Pokemon caretaking and paleontology were my things, but you probably could have guessed that second one.
Seems reasonable.
I mean, as a gym leader, it only makes sense that I want to make my Pokemon as happy and caring as and cared for as I possibly can. And as a rock-type
And-
specialist, well, fossil Pokemon are right up my alley, you could say.
And Mount Moon was rich in fossil, wasn't it?
Oh, heck yes! In fact, I spent some of my pastimes just mining up fossils in there. Though sometimes I did have to contend with this one little greedy jerk who would try and hoard all the fossils for himself.
Do you have a name in case we should be looking out for him?
People just called him the super nerd.
Jakob looks over to Toach and nods, and then just knowingly goes, Dudley.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bedlam, is that you?
Technically.
Jakob doesn't even
was-
consider that could be incorrect. Like, no, why are you wasting my time saying that can be wrong? We don't both know that I'm right.
I didn't want to kiss your nose.
I mean, it wasn't that funny, but I appreciate it.
So, as you guys make your way across the village, Brock will eventually take you to the center of town, as it were. And as you pass by with Brock in tow, people are going to be sort of like marveling somewhat as you're walking along with their sacred ancestor.
Oh, I wish we'd figured out a secret handshake.
Toshi's just trying to keep a close eye on Grenda, make sure she
Mhm.
doesn't eat any important rocks or anything.
Uh-oh.
Valid.
Uh-oh, she got left behind. She's staying behind and she's eating the gym.
No! Numbly little.
No! I keep my boulder badges in there!
Alright.
I like these fruity pebbles.
Anyway. So, as you approach the town square, you will see that the place is bustling with both villagers and Pokemon. And they'll all be, like, waving and, offering, like, respect to Brock. Good afternoon, Sacred Ancestor. It's so good to see you again, Sacred Ancestor. Hey, everyone. Glad to be here. I'd like you guys to meet my new friends. These are Toshiko and Jakob from the Old World. They're members of the They're members of the cloister, just like those who freed me. Although, they come from a different cloister, from across Moon Bay. They came with the one who challenged Iron. Their Pokemon must be strong. They were able to survive the trials. Estella, would you mind coming here for a second? Yes, Sacred Ancestor. And Estella will make her way over, followed by her Steelix.
Toshi's just marveling at the beautiful Steelixes.
Estella,
Jakob's scheming.
you mentioned earlier that you were having some trouble getting your Steelix to eat recently, right? Yes, that's right. Lately, she's been difficult to feed, if not outright refusing to eat. And I am getting worried.
I'm a channeler. I could try connecting with her, see if I could find an underlying problem.
You believe you could?
I'm really good at connecting with people. Well, with Pokemon. I'm a lot better at connecting with Pokemon than I am with people.
I suppose you may try, but I will warn you, my Steelix is not fond of strangers. He can be rather temperamental. Intuition roll if you
stop me from trying.
Intuition roll if you want to try and connect with Steelix. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Here we are.
There we go. Toshiko's character sheet. There we are. Intuition.
All right, yeah, you got it.
Toshi reaches out, calming vibes.
All right.
Toshi cannot cause harm to those she cares about. She will not hurt you. She is a friend.
So,
Join us.
Steelix lately has been rather grumpy and upset because it doesn't like its food.
Doesn't like its food. Can I roll the my standard action that lets me determine their nature and therefore favorite flavor?
Yes.
For the love of God, it's been 2 years. It's called a flavorite.
Alright, I believe that beats the DC.
DC 10.
Hell yeah. Cool. This is an impish Steelix.
Impish.
So defense
Impish.
up, speed down.
Defense up, speed down. Speed down. Have you been feeding your Steelix sweet food?
I have been... I've been sweetening its food since it was an Onyx. It was some of the only ways I could get it to eat some of its healthy minerals. But
Palates can change over time. I believe that your Steelix does not care for sweet flavors, preferring sour flavors instead. If you do you have like citrus things around here?
Hold on a moment. Did you say it prefers sour flavors?
Yes, it appears to be its favorite flavor. Flavor it.
Come to think of it, when it was an Onyx, I would often feed it the more acidic rock candy crystals to incentivize it, and it would devour those quite well, but lately those veins have run dry, and I recently found another rock candy vein, but it's, well, I did not realize there was a difference. Perhaps
I'm definitely a lot more familiar with plants than I am with minerals. My friend Malcolm is kind of the rock expert that we have at our cloister. But yeah, chemical compositions can be very varied, and the flavor compounds that those can introduce to Pokemon capable of eating those rocks. You definitely want to look for something sour. Well, at the very least, not sweet.
Well, then it just sounds to me like Steelix just needs a change in its diet. Jakob, think you and I could whip up a recipe for a Steelix to start eating up again?
Absolutely. With Toshi's direction on what to go with psychologically, and between yourself and myself, I can't imagine a problem like that ever standing in our way.
All right. Sounds good.
Toshi beams.
So, Jakob, please make me an intuition roll.
Oh, these character sheets are so long. Oh, Lord. There we go.
Alright, so given the dietary structure of a Steelix in the wild, namely being sort of mineral-based, that's a little trickier to put into the form of a dish. Universally, a Pokemon can eat Pokemon food, and they will enjoy it. And that can be taught, though it does take a little bit of resources to properly manufacture, but Brock's probably got that in spades. Otherwise, though, what could also be done as an alternative that's much easier and more accessible is to coat the minerals in different berry juices to provide them different flavors to make them more incentivizable to eat.
That would work. It almost seems like, in a weird way, kind of like
marinating it, or even
marinating or putting a dressing on the rocks. Yeah,
or like a gravy or something. Yeah.
Marinade is especially appropriate because a marinade has to be made with an acid, and acids are typically sour. Vinegars, citrus.
Seems like it would work out pretty swimmingly in this case.
I see. Thank you for your insights. I shall have to see if I can find some sour cactus juice or something out in the desert.
Let me take a look at one moment. Jakob's going to take the pack off of his back, bring it down to the ground, and start looking around inside of it.
What do you have there?
Yeah, well, probably some food that'll be sour for your Pokemon. Give me a moment.
I wouldn't ask you to trouble yourself or impose your own resources for me.
Jakob's going to pause for a moment, then look over to Toshiko, and then he's going to look back over. If there was ever a time when I did not try to offer food to a friend of mine whom had a Pokemon that may be wanting something to eat, anybody who knows me would say that I had to go and see a doctor immediately. It wouldn't be like me at all. If you truly don't want anything from me, I'll absolutely not give you anything, but I wouldn't feel right if I didn't offer.
The act of caring for each other makes an entire community stronger.
You are wise for old worlders. Perhaps the legends aren't true. Or maybe more different than we expected.
Maybe not all old worlders are the same. We can't dismiss your legends entirely just from one or two events here or there. That'd be disrespectful to them. But give people a chance. That's all I could ask of you. Not necessarily two chances, but at least one. Yes, there are many problematic old worlders.
Alright, so
one of them is one of my best friends.
So, Jakob, you fish out some sour food?
Yes, not only some sour food, I'm also going to give over a sparkling lemonade, which probably is a little bit on the sour side. It doesn't specifically say it is a sour.
Oh yeah, we'll
food,
say it's sour.
Imagine.
That's the whole point of a lemon.
It kind of seems that way.
Alright, so the minute you do, you will see Steelix's massive head just begin to lower like a dropping piano towards you, and its mouth is like gaping open.
Jakob is going to put one of his hands forward and up towards the Steelix before going, stop!
Command roll. The Steelix will freeze in its tracks, its mouth open just above your hand. You can feel its breath, and it is hot like the desert air, as if it were being blown from the Earth's core.
I need 1 minute of time. I've just got to finish preparing your food. You wait right there, and I'll have your food in just a moment, okay? And then Jakob's gonna reach forward to just, like, pat it on the tip of its nose.
Your patience will be rewarded.
And Steelix will wait. And Estella will turn to the lot of you. He listened to you?
Jakob is also really good with Pokemon.
Apparently.
His food has impressed a lot of very powerful Pokemon in our journeys. It's been really impressive to watch him as he grows. As we all grow.
I'll admit, I'm impressed right now.
Well, Jakob is going to go ahead and, it's unlikely that a Steelix would end up in a frozen state in this kind of environment, but a Asphere berry is notably very, very sour, so that would work quite well here. And if there is any kind of weird thing that ends up getting them frozen in this kind of situation, what kind of sneak attack would you expect in a sandstorm in the middle of the desert, but to freeze something and take it off guard? Just in case, this guy is ready.
You did see that Iron taught his Steelix Ice Fang, so it might be an interesting tactic to have if she's sparring with this Steelix.
Ooh, I like what you're saying.
Alright. So do you need a roll, or do you just do it?
It'd be an intuition roll to make the food and to have it have a positive effect, so we can go ahead and do so. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm mostly trying to do this not from a perspective of adding stats or buffs to this Pokemon, mostly from a perspective of trying to make a good impression, because if I can make a good impression with these Pokemon, then as has been displayed here, I'm going to make a relatively good impression with the people of the tribe.
Alright. So, you will feed, you'll put together the confection. It's a little slapdash for you, but it's still leagues above most other people's work. And you feed it to the Steelix, who eagerly gobbles it down. And as they do, they will rear up and let out a joyous bellow. They adored it! I haven't seen them that happy since they were in Onyx! Please, Old Worlders, you must teach me this recipe! How can I help? That is, how can I provide Steelix with such food that it will eat so lovingly and adoringly?
I will make you a wager.
A wager?
Yes. Not. I don't know if really a wager is the word, but if you help me with something,
A proposition, an exchange.
I suppose.
Very well.
I'm really hoping that I and my friends are going to survive this sandstorm. So, if you can do anything in your power to help me and my friends survive what's coming up ahead of us, then once we survive, I will make sure that I teach you. But not if we die. If we die, I refuse to do it.
Well, our helmets are equipped to be able to endure the blinding and stinging sands of a sandstorm. I'm certain that we could spare some for you if you can provide us a way
eyes
to...
start widening.
I'm guessing that that's an agreeable arrangement then.
So I can have a helmet.
It would take some time to possibly craft them in your Old Worlder sizes, but it could be done, yes.
Well, it would take some time to teach you more than one recipe.
I imagine it would also take some time to set up some gardens for certain ingredients, Brock suggests.
Ooh.
Seems like there's quite a few things that we could negotiate on. But again, I must insist that I and my friends do not die in the sandstorm. If we die, then I don't think I can help you.
We're not
The
gonna die.
What?
The sandstorm will not kill
I've
you.
never been in a sandstorm.
So long as you're
I've
in the
never
safety...
been in a sandstorm like this.
Our building structures are designed to withstand sandstorms. And the safest place would probably be with our sacred ancestor, who himself is capable of weathering a storm on his own, but also seeing as he has taken a liking to you for reasons I am coming to see more and more, I am certain that your survival rate will be 100%. At least against the sandstorm. The desert itself is another treacherous area, but we can provide you with the tools to survive it as well if you wish.
We have a lot that we can teach each other, both as individuals and tribe to cloister. We have so much that we can share, and I look forward to doing.
I truly hope that you are correct. For such a long time, the Old World was looked upon as the ones who scorned and condemned us to death, that were only saved by our sacred ancestor, and shunned and reviled our survival. But it seems there's more to it than that.
I could try and see if there's a place where I could get berries to grow for you so that you could have supplies. I caught an onyx on the way in here. Do you think there's any chance I might be able to get a metal coat?
If you can set up a garden for us, or at the very least a means of securing some berries outside of our exchanges with the Vaporeon tribe, I'd most willingly provide you with a metal coat, or at least show you how to get one of your own.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, the both of you, for your assistance. If you look around, you'll also see that a lot of the other tribe folk are standing, like, watching with some, like, amazement and impressed expressions as well.
Okay, I'm gonna need to start taking some soil samples. Granda? Let's go have a look over there. And Toshi and Grenda are gonna wander off to various corners of the city to try and see what the chemistry of the soil is like in various places where might be a
All
good
right.
place to set up.
And off you go then. Well, glad to see that this worked out. Oop. Sorry, that's Brock's voice. Well, glad to see that this worked out.
Brock, when did you get that helmet?
Brock takes off the helmet and hopes nobody notices. I love when we go to the exact same place immediately. Like, hey, he's been one of them the whole time. What's happening?
So, any idea where your friends went off to? And I
I
will
suppose we could try to give them a
Oh,
call.
we forgot the least.
And it will be at this time that we will cut to Layla and Sam exiting from the museum.
Good timing.
There's nothing there. It's just your butt.
Which I will say is somewhere down over here.
So like here.
Can you shift? Can somebody? Oh, found it.
Yep. Yeah, in that area. In fact, we'll say that it's actually built into this rock over here via this ladder.
Jesus.
It's getting better.
Nerds.
You gotta protect the education. You gotta, protect the artifact.
The education, guys! We gotta protect it!
Gotta protect it, Daddy.
Anyway,
Protect the artifacts, Daddy!
as you exit the museum, you will see Toshiko and Gibble walking along, looking rather chipper.
Oh, I'm going to ruin her day.
Yeah.
Layla, you do it.
Okay.
As Gibble goes over and just takes a bite out of the ground and starts sort of like really analyzing the taste. And she will shake her head, go over to another patch of dirt, and
Layla's gonna watch for a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of what Sam's doing as well. I don't know when Frey is back.
I am back.
Okay.
So Brenda's digging up soil. Toshi is collecting vials, and she's got like an attachment for her poke gear that she can like find out some information about the soil.
You find that the soil that Grenda seems to favor the taste of is also soil that seems to be much richer and more fertile.
Lots of phosphorus and nitrogen over here. Won't need to supplement as much bone meal or blood meal.
It is then
I
when you
can't-
look up and see
Talk to her now, Layla. She's working.
No.
and see Sam and Toshiko descending from the museum area.
Hi,
What?
Sam. Hi,
Toshiko
Layla.
just
That's
said
Sam and Layla descending from the museum area.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Doppelganger.
No, go.
We've been
have
waiting
Shay
2
play it
years
and
for
then
this
you can-
moment.
Oh,
Oops, all Toshis.
oh god.
Everyone in the party is Toshi now.
Shit.
Oh no.
Join the
I didn't think
collective.
I would be
We
the
are
first one.
one.
I didn't think I'd be the first to go, guys. I'm sorry.
The Toshi Collective.
Oh god.
I don't see a problem with this.
Anyway,
Hey, can we meet up in the gym? Is everyone still there?
I think Jakob is over with Brock. We just came out. There was a Steelix that wasn't wanting to eat, and it just was getting food it didn't like, and so we made it some tasty food. I was
Layla's
That's
gonna
very
nod
kind
over
of
to
you.
Sam. Layla's gonna nod over to Sam to go get Jakob, and then turn back to Toshi. Do you know where Cece is?
Toshi closes her eyes and looks out of hopes.
Cece is currently wandering the edge of the desert by the village with Slowpokes at her side, just now starting to head back.
She's near the edge of the village, but she's on her way back. Why? Do you want me to urge her quicker?
We need to have a team meeting.
Okay. And Toshi will try to communicate to Hope, to communicate to Cece, to get a
Alright.
little pep in her step.
No.
Beat
Got
up
it.
a little. Not like dire,
Mhm.
but a little bit of urgency.
Over with
You could
Jakob.
also just message Cece.
You will see Sam run up
Hi.
to you. Oh. Hello,
Run? Oh,
hello,
run?
Sam. Well, run or walk,
One
whichever.
second. Can you take this from me? Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm approaching.
Sam,
That is
good
correct.
to see you.
It's nice to see you too. I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
No, nothing that you wouldn't be welcome to.
We're gonna have to have a team meeting.
Is everything all right?
Hey, no,
Is,
Noel,
is
go.
Brock invited?
Currently right now I would like it between the team. But if we deem it important for Brock to know as well, he can know as well.
That's fine. I just, he's pretty great, so I figured I'd ask.
It's all right.
So
I understand.
Right now, or what are we dealing with here?
Now.
If that's the case,
Okay.
There is another
I
match.
understand.
if that's the case,
Estella chimes in.
there is a matter I would like to speak with our sacred ancestor about as well.
I see. Jakob, you and your team go back to the gym. I'll catch up with you guys later. And
Thank you for understanding.
Brock will nod. And Brock and Estella will go off.
Sure, there's nothing I can do, Estella?
You've already done more than enough for me. Jakob, was it?
Aye.
Yes, Jakob. I thank you so much for the contributions you've made already. If anything, it is I who shall find a way to repay you. On my honor as a member of the Steelix tribe.
Well, that's part of what we do as rebuilders, is we offer our help where we can. I'll go rejoin with the rest of my group. I hope you and yours are safe. Have a good day.
And they shall depart. And we will cut to, for the sake of convenience, everyone arriving back at the gym, if that's alright.
That's cool.
That's fine.
Wunderbar. So back in the gym, bit by bit, the group shall start to congregate once
I was
more.
gonna copy paste everybody if you wanted me to.
Please do. Jakob and Toshi are currently
You got
are currently in there already.
Oh, not anymore. Losers.
All right then.
Shut up. We don't need Brock.
What the fuck am I doing here, Onyx?
And then
Eh.
just
We
CC
do
and
need
her.
we do need a CC.
Cece will be the last to arrive for 2 understandable reasons.
Reginald and Mr. No, Rodriguez.
Rodriguez and Mr. Slowpoke.
Slowpoke.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's his first name is Reginald. It's Reginald Rodriguez.
Reginald Rodriguez, absolutely.
Sorry it took me a while. Turns out slowpokes are actually slow to wear out, too. So, what's going on?
Layla's gonna look
Well,
at him and say, do you want to start this or do you want me to preface it?
oh, it should come from me.
Sam?
Can I quick say something? Just like as a buffer?
Might as well.
So, what this meeting is about, it's gonna ask you to... The first thing I want to ask you all to do is keep an open mind and listen.
So she tilts her head.
And wait until everything is explained before reacting. Okay?
Oh.
Understand that a lot
Okay.
of thought was put in, a lot of thought has gone into this.
Okay.
Layla will turn to Sam and nod.
I am going to go meet with Ned. He has information that I need that will benefit us in the future.
Jakob's gonna stand
Maybe
up really
soon.
quick, look around the entire room to make sure that it's only the group of them, and he's also gonna withdraw his Pokemon, but he's gonna do a real quick check to make sure nobody else is in the room aside from them.
Perception roll.
Okay, but you all have to promise not to laugh at me. That's 7. That's what you get on 2d6. Vegas, baby.
Toshi also perception?
You know what? That's good for you.
If Toshi is actively looking.
Not your
Like-
best compliment, but thank.
Like, eyes widened, and this is a sensitive conversation topic. So let's have a look-see.
Okay, so, believe it or not, both of you see there is still one other entity in this room.
Throw.
Throw, over here.
She potty.
Other than that, there is no one else.
She peed.
Well, Throw's a free Pokemon. They're not owned by anyone, and we shouldn't change that, obviously. Are you comfortable having the conversation here? The only people who would be
This is
able to
probably
know
the
what's
most-
occurred here would be people like Toshi, really. People who can understand the minds of Pokemon.
If that's the case, then they would see everything,
Toshi's the threat taker out.
including.
What
I have. It was a
information
nice day.
are you hoping to gain? What information are you trusting?
Toshi,
Sorry.
wait.
I promise everything will be explained. I believe that with Project Eternal Life, Giovanni is still out there. And I want to know everything I can about him. Because if I know anything about him, I might be able to know some things about Team Satellite, and we might be able to open some doors. With how many people are returning, it's not out of the question. But what he asked in return is something very heavy. But I have a plan for it, and I need to talk to Surge. He wants information about where Jamie is kept. Team Satellite is already planning on getting her back. But with this, I can control what they know, and they'll start to trust me a little bit. Ned believes that my faith in you guys has been shaken. And with that, they're probably going to try to talk me back. I'm going to use this as an advantage and try to get whatever information I can for you guys. But it's going to take trust, and it's going to take time. And he's going to look at Layla.
Toshi looks to Layla, confirming, can she speak now?
The look that Sam gave Layla, that's an indication that he's done, right?
That's the indication of, did I forget anything? Because the player doesn't remember if that's all.
Nope, that's... Layla will confirm that, yeah, that's pretty much everything you wanted to say.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You want to ask Team Satellite to give you information about Team Satellite that we can use against them, and in return you're considering giving them information about the cloister that they can use in any number of ways?
No.
Chance?
No. I'm giving them controlled information that the commander will give me, even if the glass is bulletproof, to somebody who was my mentor and no one else. I know where it's going to go. Can you stop digging at a pillow? God damn, you're so loud. I'm so sorry.
Houndini in the background.
Wait. I understand how bad this sounds.
That's very good. That makes it a lot easier for you to understand when I say no, because I'm having trouble even processing that kind of request.
I don't like it. I don't like that we are keeping Jamie as a prisoner. I think that Jess's apathy is one of his greatest weaknesses, and the fact that we took his sister is going to make him a more dangerous enemy. And like, I would like nothing better than for us to get her off of our hands, but there's not a lot that we could get in return for her. I'm like, they would not be likely to trade Antoinette. That's the most. She deserves to answer.
They're going to
for what
come
she's done.
after the cloister anyway.
Yes.
At least
So-
this way we can be prepared.
Or this way, we're giving
Right.
them just some other means of bargaining. Or just another advantage.
This
Who's-
sounds so wrong.
Who's to say they won't simply take you captive and trying to use you as an exchange for Jamie if they want? If they even want to entertain the idea of a hostage.
Because Ned knows. Ned knows that that wouldn't be a fair trade.
When has Team Satellite cared about fair? We are at war with them.
When it's beneficial. I know we're at war with them.
What's Ned
That's
getting
why
out
I'm
of this?
planning things.
What's Ned's angle?
I told you what his angle is. Other than that, I'm more just surprised that he answers the phone.
Yeah, this doesn't add up to me.
I have a backup hope for this. My hope
It does.
is
This
to be able to
doesn't
get
add.
through to
Let him
him.
finish, Jakob.
My hope is to be able to get through to him enough
Uh-oh.
that his loyalty is shaken. He's not a fanatic like the rest.
Hang on. Shoot.
okay. Why are you guys writing that,
so
you
far,
weirdos?
she's looking at that. All right, I can see the
You
technical
don't want me to
difficulties
join you
screen on
anymore.
the stream.
Trust me, my notes are not as good as you guys.
We have two people working on the notes at some time, so usually what one misses, the other will pick up. But also,
I've told
like,
you guys
sometimes I will
what my
shorthand.
notes are like.
Yeah. Oh God, what were your notes for Cyberpunk last time? Like, we're gonna
Oh, I
die,
got you, I got
and
you.
then
Hold on,
we're gonna die.
I got
but we
it. It's
have a
right
plan.
here. No, I got you. Hold on. Where is session notes? We just got to the gas station. There may be a fight. The next day, there definitely is a fight. The time we all plan.
Yep.
Those are my notes.
Alright, I think we are officially back now. Things are kind of stable a bit, so I'm going to go back to the game. Sorry about that, everybody.
Yep. We are back.
All right.
Please pick off from I have a
Okay.
backup
Okay.
plan.
Yep.
I got it.
Thank you.
I have a backup plan. My hope is to be able to get through to him enough that his loyalty is shaken. He's not a fanatic like the rest of Team Satellite, and if Team Satellite loses him, they're going to crumble. He won't join you guys, but he'll be out of the picture for a while. It's not going to be a meeting of just straight swapping information. I'm going to try to talk to him.
Sam,
I can.
with all due respect, that sounds incredibly optimistic and idealistic at best.
I can commend
Cece,
the
with all
spirit
due
of-
respect, I'm going to do this with or without permission. I just don't want you guys to be blindsided.
Oh, well, that there, you definitely convinced me to be on your side with that part. That, I wasn't sold before, but now,
I'm
Now you've got
not
me.
asking for your help.
Guys.
I don't need your help. Because I don't want you guys to go down with me. I want you guys to be safe.
I want you to be safe, Sam. I can understand wanting to redeem your mentor, but he trained you. He conditioned you. You think you can manipulate him more than he can manipulate you?
Son of a gun!
I'm not trying to manipulate him. He doesn't know me like he used to anymore. He knows the old me. I may not be as strong as him, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get my ass handed to me again. But with each battle I do, I learn a little bit more.
Alright,
I'm watching you guys type. I don't know why I don't watch the notes more often.
Shortly after Jakob sarcastically replied, "Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be on board with this now that you said that." Something like around there.
For the record, I'm incredibly against this, I think was the last thing that Jakob said.
Well, then I think next is Toshi's. I can understand wanting to redeem your mentor, but he trained
Yeah.
you. He conditioned you. Do you think you can manipulate him more than he can manipulate you?
He doesn't know how I've changed. He's probably gonna kick my ass, but I learn a little more about him each time when he does.
Listen, I'm going to go on record and say that I don't like this either. And Sam, I'm gonna say to you the same thing I said to you before. You cannot expect us to sit here and not do anything. I know you don't want
And
us
I'll
to
tell
be
you the
involved.
same thing. I will tell you the same thing. If you get involved too soon, you guys will compromise everything.
Everything what?
So then, we do this smart. Guys, we have shown Sam an immense amount of trust, and he's shown us a huge amount of trust. He gave up his mission to Cinnabarctica to come and help us because he trusts us and he believes in us.
You also kind of got trapped.
Yes.
Sorry.
Satellite traps people. And now you're going into his power. Or you're planning to.
Toshi. I know exactly what Satellite does, and I understand you're worried and scared. But out of all of us, at least I know their tricks. Because I was once them.
Motherfucker! It's down again. I know there was slightly after, the, line about us, about Layla telling everyone, like, trust Sam, he's been there for us, and he sacrificed for us, and that sort of thing.
Of course, it's the one part that I don't type down, because it's hard to type and talk at the same time.
It's okay, that part got recorded, so just go after that.
Okay,
Also,
the last note.
if the internet cuts out one more time, I'm just gonna say fuck it, and we'll upload the rest to Twitch, and then it'll be like as it is throughout the night.
There we go. Alright, so we got our plan. Alright, last line that was written down. Sam, I know exactly what Team Satellite does, and I know you're worried and scared.
No. I know exactly what Team Satellite does, and I know you're worried and scared, but out of all of us, I know their tricks. I was once one of them.
Listen, this is happening whether we wanted to or not. Not just Sam going out after this, but Team Satellite possibly attacking the cloister too. That's gonna happen whether we wanted to or not. And even if it is just a ruse, I would rather be prepared for something that doesn't happen than be caught off guard by something that we didn't think could happen. So, ultimately, the fact that Sam is willing to talk to Surge about this.
And what if Surge says no?
Do you want us
Then
to be
Surge
there with
says
that
no.
conversation with Surge? Or is that something you're gonna do on your own?
I'd like an answer to my question too, please.
Sorry.
If Surge says no, then Surge says no. But at least he knows.
But then the outcome of their action will still be the same, is what you are saying. So, what can we do
They
to
will
change
Still,
what they are going to do? Is there anything we can do to change how they're going to do their action?
Sam,
possibly with the information that I give them.
Sam, even if your mission is successful and it works out exactly the way you wanted to, if Surge says no and you go along with this anyway, now you're an insubordinate and a traitor to two organizations. And there will be consequences for that. You, at the very least,
Do you
will likely
honestly
not
think-
be able to work with us
think I haven't
again.
thought that through?
What was
Do
that?
you honestly think I haven't thought that through?
If you had thought it through, I don't know why you'd be okay with that.
If you want to have a good relation with Ned, then you're going to have to give him information that he values. And if you give him information that he values, he is going to use that to hurt people in the cloister. If not, Team Satellite they are not our friends. And
I
you
never
might be
said
able to
they
win
were.
him over. But I think I don't like it, and I think you're playing with fire.
I know I'm playing with fire.
One of the risks that I see with this plan is that it's ultimately a short-term plan. I think if we can get valuable information about Giovanni that ultimately helps us, okay. But I don't think we can rely on this as a long-term plan. Because if the information that you give Ned, he finds out, was ultimately used to screw them over, he's not going to trust you.
I know.
Eventually, there's going to be a point, Sam, where you can't have it both ways.
I know.
At least this far, if you are willing to try it, the only thing I'm gonna ask, I know you want to do it alone, but it's not gonna happen. I understand not wanting to spring it too soon, so let us into the plan. Tell us what we need to do, tell us when we can come in. That's my suggestion.
I can give you the coordinates. And you'll know when I will be leaving. I'll be sure to let you all know.
But you're not
And-
leaving until you have information to give them, which you need to confirm with Commander Surge,
With Sir,
so that you're not
Who
giving
I'm calling
information
after
to
this
bring
meeting.
harm to the cloister.
correct. I am calling Surge after this meeting.
Can I ask, Sam, what happens if Ned decides not to give you the information? What then?
I won't give him the information. We both have something to lose, but he thinks that I have something more to lose. He's a high-ranking officer just talking to a traitor. I'm not going to go first. He knows he can take me down. He gives the information first.
But how can you trust that he will give you information? Like, you are asking Team Satellite to give you information about Team Satellite that we can use against Team
I'm
Satellite.
not asking Team Satellite at all.
I think what Toshi is trying to say is, how can you confirm that the information he gives you is legitimate? Like, how do you know it's good information and not Toro shit?
Because Ned has no reason to lie to me.
He has every reason to lie to you.
Guys, stop.
Literally every person there just starts busting out laughing as soon as they hear that.
Jakob, shut up.
He doesn't.
No. No. Stop
Well,
it.
do you see now why I do not talk to this group? Do you see now why I make my plan and do things on my own and then face the consequences?
I do. I understand, but
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I
Jakob,
do.
Jakob, stop. Because you said that you would be supportive, and you're not right now. So if you really want to show your support for Sam, fix it.
I'm not being a part of this again. Do whatever you want. So he's gonna turn around and start heading for the door.
Supporting a plan is one thing, but like, there's a phrase about
I
like,
don't want
jumping off a bridge.
your guys' support. You guys are mixing it up. I don't want your support. I just don't want you in the dark.
I kind of think the dark sounds pretty nice about now. Now I feel like I'm an accessory to all of this.
Then from this point forward, I shall not tell you guys anything else.
Please.
Damn.
Guys,
With that, Sam's actually gonna leave.
Damn. I don't understand.
Layla's gonna go after
There's
Sam.
nothing to understand.
Please don't go.
Alright. So Layla goes after Sam.
Layla is going after Sam.
Has Sam left?
He left after he told Toshi there's nothing left to understand.
Alright. And now only Toshiko and Jakob are left in the gym.
Like this morning.
Toshi's just kind of staring at the door, a bit distraught.
And then we will touch. Sorry.
This is our failure. Not some kind of petty sparring match, some kind of fight between Layla and Iron. That's not a failure, that's a fight. Fights go either way, but what is happening with Sam? We tried to do something better, to try to make things redeemable, to make things a better future, and we failed here.
I don't understand. Toshi's gonna go outside.
No, Toshi.
Jakob?
We have to consider changing the bargaining chip.
The bargaining chip. Offering Ned something else?
Who are they attacking for?
They want Jamie. And
Yeah.
they want to hurt us.
We have to make the risk of attacking us increase the risk of harming Jamie.
Toshiko, do you still leave?
He's kind of standing in the doorway, unsure. She was just... Fuck.
I will look out for this cloister, and I hope you will as well. I would not entertain this kind of thing, so I'm concerned in many ways about people who we have here. Go about the rest of your night. I have some thinking I have to do. If you're gonna come back here, please knock on the door first. I'm not gonna say no or come in or anything like that, but just a casual knock, just in case, so I can hear.
Toshi nods, and I think Toshi steps back outside.
Stay safe.
Okay. Next, we're going to cut to Layla stepping outside of the gym.
She went like right after Sam.
I know. And I'm going to say that as you step out, you will see Sam leaving in one direction. And in another direction, you will see Cece leaving. As the door opens, Cece will turn around and look at you. Which direction do you go?
I need to... Layla mouths to Cece, "Let me try," and then goes after Sam. Because there's a little bit of sense that needs to get a bit of knocking into.
As you turn to leave, you will see Cece just like tearing up before she just suddenly turns her head away from you and pulls out her poke gear. You catch up with Sam.
Layla is going to take Sam's arm and start dragging him to like a private alley or somewhere private that's still outside.
Sam, how do you respond?
Once she starts dragging him, he's going to pull away.
Oh no, you don't.
All right. Opposed combat or athletics?
Oh, he's not leaving. He gets pulled. He doesn't like being.
Oh.
I get it. Okay, all right.
All right.
If that's the case, like, Layla will let go if it's that kind. I misunderstood.
No, you're good.
All right.
She's gonna then pause and wait, indicating to Sam to like duck into somewhere private.
Let's say this is a private corner over here. We're working with limited space.
Yeah.
Sam has already messaged Serge saying that he needed to talk as soon as possible.
Your message sends, but it does not show that it has been received.
Uh-oh, we might lose him.
God dang it. Hello?
Excuse me.
Hello?
Oh, no, there you are. There you are.
All right. I said your message sends, but
Can
it
you
does
hear
not...
us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can I be heard?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, you are the
Alright.
message sent, but it's not received.
Okay, yeah. That's literally the last thing I said.
Call is not connected. What, Layla?
Listen, I said that I would support you. And I am still doing this with you. But you cannot shut them out like that. That's not fair to them.
You were the one that wanted me to talk to them.
Yes, and I still think that was the right decision. Sam,
I disagree.
Sam, here is what is likely going to happen every time you tell us not to help you. We're gonna do it anyway, whether you like it or not.
No, because now you guys are all questioning.
Should we not? Like
I didn't want you guys involved. This isn't a rebuilder thing.
They would be even more confused and scared and angry if you had said nothing. Sam, this isn't normal. Like, you wanted to come with us, didn't you?
Our goals aligned.
Do you still want to be with us?
Not if I cause discord.
Layla No. I don't.
Layla woke up this morning. She found a genie lamp.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
but-
Beep beep.
No.
Layla.
No one wants to cause that kind of discord. I get it. You're right. But I know you want to help us. And I know you want Toshi to see her full potential. I know you want, like, I know that you've been kind of, don't think I haven't noticed. Like, I know you've been kind of standoffish lately and only, talking with Toshi. Because I see how you care about Toshi. You're not in this just because your goals align. There's a part of you that cares, whether or not you recognize it. All that we're asking is that you don't shut us out.
And I didn't.
But you kind of are.
To be mocked again? To have everybody angry again?
Okay, so first of all, yeah, mocking, fine. Sure, that was fine. But I didn't say that people weren't gonna be angry. You saw my reaction.
Layla.
I didn't like it.
Layla,
I'm listening.
if I could talk to Surge, I understand what I'm offering is dangerous. But with actually talking to Surge, we can save the people in the cloister.
I understand that, but I think what's scaring people is the fact that if Surge does not agree, what you're doing could put them in more danger. That is what
What
they
would
are afraid
happen?
of. And honestly, I think it's a valid concern. I know you want to help the people in the cloister. I get that. That's why you're talking to Surge.
What would happen is that I would go empty-handed, Layla. I wouldn't say anything. I'm not as much of a traitor as you think.
I didn't say that. I don't believe you're a traitor. I don't believe that at all. I know you're clever, Sam. A lot of us are worried. One, that if you don't give him the information that he desires, it's not going to work out for you. They are scared for you because they care about you and your well-being.
Yeah, well, they show a
scared
great
for
one
you.
at that.
Don't fuck.
Oh god. Shit, that's not written down in the notes. That's okay. Don't do that. Not with how much Toshi cares about you, not with how much I trust you. I bore my soul out to you because you were the only one that I trusted. I know you want to be practical.
Pause
and
just
I
a
get
second.
it. Oh.
So sorry, continue.
You're good. I know you want to be practical. And that's fine. But I think you are severely underestimating how far the rest of us are willing to go to protect the cloister. To protect each other. I wasn't lying when I said that Toshi knows no limits when it comes to people she cares about. And I know that I do not want to leave a fellow soldier behind.
And I am going to cut over to Toshiko emerging at this point. If only for the sake of spacing things out and giving people opportunities to do stuff. Alright, done here. And Toshiko. Boom. Alright. So Toshiko, as you make your way out of there, you see no sign of neither Cece nor Sam and Layla at the immediate start. Make me a perception roll.
Toshi reaches down.
Oh?
Okay, Toshi makes a perception roll, but she's also petting Grenda and just kind of quietly lamenting.
Actually,
people are just so complicated.
Alright. And actually, before you make that perception roll, what is your mission out here currently? Or, like, what did you come out here for? Or to do?
Toshi's kind of listless. Like, that was a big conversation that ended...
Okay, you're not
poorly.
pursuing anyone. That's all I wanted to know. You're just stepping out?
She is gonna go back to testing soil, I get. Like, she...
Got it.
is good at helping people, and so that's what she's gonna try and do right now, because she doesn't know what to do.
Alright. Then, in that case... as you make your way down to test more soil, you will be approached once more by Brock. Just as soon as I find him. There he is.
Brock probably gets very close before she reacts to his presence.
Mm-hmm. Alright. And Brock will say, "How are you?"
Well, Brock, hi.
His face will drop a bit as he frowns. That bad, huh? I probably should have guessed given the way that Cece reacted.
Did you see where she went to?
Yeah, I did. Before I could do much as say a word to her, she shoved me aside and dashed for the edge of the village.
Sam has an idea that he thinks will get us information, and I think the risks outweigh the potential rewards. I don't know. And she goes back to the soil.
I don't want to pry, but I would like to ask, would this idea concern my village or its people in any way?
No, our cloister.
I see. Then for now I won't dig any further. But You may want to see if your friend is okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll go back.
Toshi will give him a quick hug.
He nods and he reciprocates. I'll head back to the gym and let Jakob know as well.
We were hoping to get that direction, like, we can
I'm
see
gonna
it.
go find Cece.
She just left out for the canyon. She's probably not too far at this point. But she is fast, so...
Toshi heads out.
Yep. And then we'll cut briefly back over inside the gym.
My little Pokemon is everywhere.
Oh, the Gibble.
Yep.
Yeah.
It pops up. Is Gibble? That's me. I want
Jakob.
some more fruity pebbles.
Oh.
Sorry.
So good.
Oh, good, you're back.
Jakob, yeah. So we're cutting back to you for a moment inside the gym alone. Well, maybe not quite so alone as you hear Throw approaching. And as you turn, in his hands you see a rice ball. And he's offering it to you.
Jakob will smile and take the rice ball from Throw before offering up his other unrice-balled hand for a fist bump, while he looks down towards his Pokegear and starts to think.
Throw will grab your fist and shake it.
Perfect.
Throw will sit
So,
down
Throw,
beside...
they have a couple options that I can think of.
Throw will
One of them is they want the captor back.
Throw's
Understood.
gonna sit down beside you and start munching on a rice ball of his own.
Jakob's gonna sit down beside Throw, pull out his Pokegear with a notepad, and he's gonna just start talking out his thoughts with Throw.
Yep.
So they could want to get back the captive. That's definitely true. That is a thing they could want, but that could also be a ruse. They could also want to simply attack the cloister and hurt or kill as many people as possible. They could want both of these things, or they could only want one of these things. So we need to kind of figure out where we lay here. It's kind of a 2x2 square, right? There is attack cloister and leave cloister as one of their options. Then for the other option, I guess in this case, they would have the ability to release the captive or leave the captive. There's a chance they want to both attack the cloister and release the captive. There's a chance that all they care about is releasing the captive and not attacking the cloister. There's a chance all they care about is attacking the cloister and not releasing the captive. And there's a chance they don't care about either, which I imagine is unlikely to be true. So really we only have 3 options here to spread between. One of them is where they want the captive, but they don't want the cloister. So the solution there...
Before your
Yes,
thoughts go
Jakob
on,
pauses.
before your thoughts go on too much longer, you will hear the door. You'll hear a gentle knock at the door.
Jakob will look over to the door.
The door will open up, and you'll see Brock step inside, looking serious but sympathetic. Hi.
Jakob will smile before looking back down at the Pokegear and jotting out a couple more things.
Sorry to interrupt your snack with Throw.
Would you like to join us? We've got more snacks.
As much as I'd like to, there's something I think you ought to know first. your friend Cece, she ran out on her own. Last I saw, she was heading into the canyon. For what, I can only guess.
Alright, so I've boiled down what we have here to 3 options. I'll run them by you really quickly, then I'm going to switch out one of my Pokemon for one of my flying Pokemon that I have back in the bank, and I'm going to go ahead and track down Cece. Do you know which direction she went?
The direction that you guys came here in, from the canyon. It's a straight shot down there.
Uh-oh. Still there?
Uh-oh.
No.
So you remember a couple sessions ago where I said I identify as a problem? I wasn't expecting it to be that true.
Hey, me again, on my phone.
He's there.
I'm here on my phone.
Okay, where did you leave off?
Jakob just, the last thing that was picked up was, Jakob, asked what direction she went in.
That was pretty much where we got it.
That's where we were.
Just silence.
Oh yeah, I was about to tell you
what
that.
was the answer?
I will tell you in just a second, because it looks like we have just now reconnected, and I can get back on my microphone proper so we can get better audio quality for the listeners. Sorry about this, by the way, everyone.
You're good.
She went in the direction that you guys came in from, through the canyon, heading down to the bay. It's a pretty straight shot away from there.
Great, so I boiled down their motives into 3 possible outcomes. One of the outcomes is that they simply want to attack the cloister to kill our people, in which case nothing we can do about the situation is going to change it. One of the other outcomes is they want to attack the cloister and they also want to rescue their friend, which means we have some leverage there. And the other outcome is they are only doing this to rescue their friend, in which case we remove that person from the current location they are in and we use their life as leverage against the rest of the attack. Anyway, I have to go ahead and find my friend Cece. I'll consider taking hostages later. I really appreciate your time. I have to try and find her before the sandstorm comes through. Do I have a connection here? Professor Oak, are you still here with me, or is it too bad now?
I'm still here, Jakob. If you wanted to switch out your Pokemon, I'd be happy to help you.
Understood. Subbing out Ares, bringing in Barda. We've got to go fast.
Very well. And the switch is made.
Oh, do we have one of those cool helmets yet? Oh.
And at that moment, you're going to suddenly feel yourself lifted off the ground as Throw chucks you out the door.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I got DJ Jazzy Jeffed out of the door like it's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This
Ah!
Yeah, now you paid attention, huh?
Jakob believes the same.
Yeah,
Alright, where to next?
The door.
Clearly. Man, what the fuck are you doing at that couch? All I see are
Oh
tiny
no.
little
Leave
legs.
her alone. You leave her alone.
Alright. Cut to, outside as Jakob is yeeted out onto the ground. Assuming he doesn't send out a Pokeball.
So, what kind of error am I getting here? Are there steps going up to this place that place me above the ground? Am I getting thrown 5 feet out, 10 feet out? What's going on?
You're probably only about, like, your height off the ground and slowly descending from your momentum.
Yeah, no, I just hit the ground.
Alright.
Yeah, it's like 5 feet. I just hit the floor.
Yeah.
It sucks. It looks bad.
Alright, yeah, you're out. And you're on the ground now.
We'll look around to see how many people I've humiliated myself in front of.
Right now, mostly just these two guards, and they don't appear to really... They're kind of staring right now, but that's about it.
Hey, real quick. One moment. And Jakob's gonna stand himself up before moving back into the center. I assume Brock isn't there.
Not yet, no.
Okay, good. So, real quick, I need to try and rescue a friend of mine who's run towards the sandstorm because they make, let's say, interesting decisions.
No,
However,
she did not run towards the sandstorm. The sandstorm is not going... The sandstorm is coming from the desert, not from the canyon.
For drama's sake, she ran towards the sandstorm. That's not true, but if it makes you feel better for the next part of my story. Now, there's a lovely person I met named Estella who said that she was going to get a helmet for me, and I was wondering if you knew where Estella was, or if I should just try to go after my friend immediately.
We saw your friend take off towards the canyon.
Alright, that says what I needed to know. Jakob gets up off the ground, dusts himself very quickly as he starts moving towards the ledge and pulls out the Pokeball for Big Barda.
Alright. So, you will take off on Big Barda and soar away. And before we get to that, we're going to jump back over to Layla and Sam's conversation.
Jakob grabs a couple snacks before Big Barda takes off to feed Barda, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing that Layla said to Sam was, I don't want to leave a fellow soldier behind.
Sam doesn't say anything. He's like just looking at her.
Sam, please. Just talk to me.
What do you want me to say, Layla? What do you want me to do?
You said that you are going to do this whether we like it or not. If that's the case, there are some of us who are going to help you whether you want us to or not. You don't want us involved? Too bad. We're involved.
Whose fault is that?
This isn't about fault, Sam. We're a team. We look out for each other. And you are part of this.
Sam is just gonna sigh and like look over the edge for a minute. You guys keep using that word.
What, team?
Yeah.
Does it bother you?
I think we have two very different definitions of team.
What's yours?
I'm close to you guys. My definition of a team. It's like Satellite. We are an organization. We fight for each other. But we are on the same organization. No subcategories. I haven't joined the Rebuilders. In fact, I haven't joined anybody. I care about you guys. And I would like to get close to you. Even though I don't really know how, but I wouldn't consider that a team. Not in my eyes, but you guys seem to call it a team. And I guess that's where I get confused.
For us, a team is about trust. We're as close as we are because we trust each other, or at least we try to understand each other. You said you care, or that you'd like to care, or you'd like to get close to us. Like, we will trust, like,
With all due respect, Layla, you're speaking for yourself.
Yeah,
The
you're
rest of
right.
the team spoke for themselves.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can't speak for them. But I still have my definition of a team. We trust each other. You asked us for a lot of trust. You are asking us for a lot of trust to do this.
To do what?
What you are doing could very easily blow up in your face.
I know. And that's why I don't want you guys there.
Why? I don't understand. Because you say shit like that, and that tells me that is exactly why we should be there. To support you, to back you up, to get you out of there.
I'm not some goddamn damsel in distress, Layla. I don't need saving all the time, and I need to learn to clean up my own messes.
No, but you're...
That's why I don't need you there.
No, but there's nothing wrong with backup. You plan, and you know that you should always have some kind of backup plan. Right?
Correct.
At the very least. You're right, I can't speak for the team, so I won't. But at the very least, I'm asking that you let us be backup. Because we care about your well-being.
I don't want them to do what they don't want them to do. And they don't want to do this. And I'm okay with that. So what I want you to do is to make sure they're safe. And I will call immediately if I need it. Even if I can't speak, I will call immediately.
I'm sorry, Sam, that's not good enough.
And it never will be. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this, Layla.
That's not what it's just going to be.
Then what else is it gonna be?
This is about protecting the cloister in the end. It's not just agreeing to disagreeing.
This is about protecting the cloister.
You didn't answer Cece.
When?
when she asked what if Serge says no. You said if Serge says no, then Serge says no, but you didn't clarify what that means.
I did, but I was talked over. I said if Serge says no, then Serge says no. That I would just go empty-handed. Just like I told you.
Do you honestly think that Ned is going to give you anything with nothing to give him?
He's not going to give me what I want, no.
So then why go? Why risk it?
Because then I could still at least talk to him.
Sam, answer me honestly. Do you miss him?
Sam is going to take a minute. Like, he never really considered that option. And he's going to, like, be very silent, just thinking. What?
You are risking an awful lot just for the chance to talk to Ned. At some point, I have to ask, how much is this about protecting the cloister, and how much of this is trying to save him, trying to get him out of Satellite?
Oh. That's where it gets complicated, Lila.
I was about to say, was that all fucking character?
Yeah. That's where it gets really complicated.
It sounds like... It sounds like this is no longer as practical as soldiers can make it out.
I want it to be.
I know.
And then you put that idea in my head.
I didn't put it there. It was always there. I just showed it to you. Listen, I'm not going to pretend like I understand your relationship with him, because I've never had a situation like that. But I do understand wanting to save someone. However, you're right. This is complicated. And the last thing we want is a complicated plan.
Sorry, my grandma texted me.
You're good.
Toshi has sent out
Layla,
Zagreus, because he's really fucking speedy, to go find Theses so that Toshi can catch up.
Sorry, what was Toshi doing?
Sending Zagreus ahead because he's quicker. I'll just put him up at the top. Toshi will be there eventually, but right now, Zagreus is probably definitely first there.
Holy shit.
Like, he
Yeah,
is
we
a
good. We
kindred
good.
spirit to Toshi. When they are connected, they are, like, really definitely on the same vibe. Toshi Athletics. Hup. Ugh.
Yeah, it checks out.
It's real hot. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna. Zagreus, okay, it's fine. Like Toshi like holds her arms up as against her head as her lab coat like flaps in the wind.
A faint crack is heard above as Big Barda surges across the sky towards where Cece was headed. You know what? I'm not going to tell Big Barda what to do.
Who would?
Toshi is startled.
You know what? Big Barda woke up this morning. I've got a little story. Big Barda woke up this morning, and Big Barda found a genie lamp. And Big Barda got 3 wishes, wouldn't you know? And each one of those 3 wishes is wishing that a motherfucker would.
Oh my god.
And we're gonna see what happens today. But yes, Big Barda has Jakob, and then we'll carry Toshi. So I hope Toshi's okay. Boom!
Toshi's like kind of frozen, just very startled.
Toshi's been sad. She's suffered worse.
I've not died yet. This is a good sign. This is good. Oh, I thought you were going to say Cece, but yeah, okay. Would a flying Pokemon making a athletics roll related to their flying speed get any kind of bonus for having, say, a ludicrously over-the-top overland flight speed, hypothetically? That's not an answer to any question. Okay, I'll do it.
The answer is ludicrous speed! Sorry.
But yes, Barda's actually mountable too, so if you want to have Toshiko, like, ride behind Jakob, then that totally works, that's okay. Or, Toshi can ride in front of Jakob, and I can be like, "Hold still, small child, we're about to go very fast." Either way, you know, I'm gonna roll that athletics check right now. That's it? Oof.
Toshi, don't you have 3 athletics?
Damn, that girl fast as hell!
Yeah, hey, Barda, let me help you with that.
Oh wait, can that work on Pokemon? Or did we establish that's only for trainers? Got it.
Trigger, an allied trainer fails a skill check, so yeah, not a trainer.
Now, I do promise you, I would fail an athletic skill check. However, thankfully, I do not have to be the person rolling it.
Can Zagreus roll? Nope.
Aw.
Oh dang, no wonder.
Oh, yep. Okay, I can probably see. I can probably see him.
That makes sense.
That's okay. Look, let's be realistic right now. Cece is effectively riding a just like neon green Tron motorcycle down this canyon right now to get out of here. If you can catch up, you can see him.
I actually have the song, like a song from Tron Legacy that would actually play that, because holy shit, the Tron Legacy soundtrack fucking slaps. What?
I was fucking muted for all that!
Oh no.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I didn't do too much narratively important. It was mostly just checks and stuff.
You're good.
We do have notes.
Yep.
Yep, we got notes.
Okay. So. Cece is going to grind to a stop, but with tears in her eyes, she's going to look at you and shout, "Move!"
You want to keep going together. I just want to make sure you're not alone, Cece. Nobody deserves to cry alone. Let's go together, okay? You don't have to say anything. Just run if you want to. I'm here with you. Toshi and I are here with you.
Toshi waves in the claws.
I'm going back.
Jakob's gonna try and help Toshi up onto Barda's back.
Yep. I'm going back to Vermilion. We weren't ready for this. I'm going back to Cerulean. I'm giving Misty her badge back. I don't deserve it.
That's a long run. That's gonna take you like 2-3 days.
I don't care. I'm not sitting around and watching another person ignore everything I have to say and throw their lives away for whatever stupid ambitions they have. I can't do that again, Jakob. I can't.
That wasn't the point. I mean, like, it's gonna be a couple days. You're gonna need somebody to cook. So, can I come with you?
She's gonna take a deep breath, and she's going to recall Suicune, and she's just gonna sit and curl up against a rock and start crying into her knees.
Jakob will call Barda and have himself and Toshi drop down a space or so away from Cece, not to be too close.
Zagreus will, like, tentatively try the supportive hand on the shoulder to be a, supportive, protective spirit sort.
Cece...
if she's into it.
Cece accepts.
Fire Cowboy here to help.
Jakob will take a tentative step forward. And then kind of like motion for Toshiko as well to do the same.
Toshi will also take a step forward.
I shouldn't have run. I shouldn't have run. I'm sorry. I just...
Jakob will just sit down, cross his legs, next to Cece.
It can be a lot sometimes. It's overwhelming up here on the surface.
I tried to call Serge, but he's not picking up. I tried to call Sam. I couldn't reach him. Not Sam. I tried to call AJ. I couldn't reach him either. I didn't know what to do. I just don't want to watch. I'm just so tired of watching people I care about run off. I can't do it again, guys. I'm sorry. I can't do it again.
So she's gonna offer her a hug.
She'll take it.
Just be there for her.
And seeing Layla supporting this again? How am I supposed to stand by this? How are we supposed to be a team if we're like this? We're not ready for this.
I'm already ready for this.
She's gonna look up towards you.
They only have a couple of options that they can really pursue here. If they're attacking the cloister to attack the cloister, it doesn't matter if we have a prisoner. If they're here to get the prisoner, and not to attack the cloister, then only having the prisoner is what matters. If they're there for both, we can use the prisoner as leverage. So, what we do is we move the prisoner to an undisclosed location. We use them as a bargaining piece to preserve the cloister in this instance.
That's all well and good, Jakob, but it doesn't mean much if we can't get word back to the cloister to begin with. And Serge isn't answering or anything.
Do we know if they're not answering because they cannot answer, or because they just are not answering? Who else can we call? Toshi, get out your poker gear. Jakob will pull his out, and he's gonna call Bud.
Other people in the cloister, yeah, there's...
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna start just dialing other people in the cloister.
Alright. Bud will answer. Hey! Jakob! Wasn't expecting a call from you.
Wasn't expecting to have to call you, Bud. I'm sorry if I'm bothering you, but I'm very glad you're taking the minute for the call here. We've been trying to get in contact with Serge, and he's been completely unavailable. Is anything wrong at the cloister? Is everything okay?
Serge? That's weird. Normally he's... Oh, right, yeah! He left for a mission earlier today.
Anybody go with him?
AJ and Dudley.
Gotcha. Yeah, we had also tried to reach out to AJ. Hadn't tried to reach out to Dudley, but had tried to reach out to AJ and got no response either. That would make sense, though, if they're out in the field.
We got a call from AJ earlier, but when I tried him again, the call didn't go through.
Did they happen to mention at all where they were going, or is all that, under wraps, like usual?
No, they said that they were heading out to the Lavender Archipelago to do some surveying.
That's good to hear. Bit of bonding time, it sounds like.
Yeah, I guess.
We're so glad that you answered. We
Hey,
just
no
had this
problem.
Kind of, like, weird sensation that, like, the entire, just where we were, we weren't able to reach out to the cloister, so very glad you answered.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure they're just probably in a cave or something.
I was teaming with them.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of those in that area, so wouldn't be a shock.
Whatever it is, I'm sure they're fine. What were you trying to talk to him about? Or is that, under wraps?
So, from what I've been told, and you know that I'm not too great at understanding things on most levels, but I have a certain knack for certain. That's not the point. Whatever. So from what I've been told, there's like a potential risk to the cloister, but we're actually not sure if it's something that's legitimate or something that's kind of misinterpreted. It's kind of just like side information. So we wanted to try and run it by Serge, get his opinion on it, and see if it's something we should pursue as part of our mission, or if it's something that's not important for us to look into.
And as you explain the situation to Bud, we're gonna cut back to Layla and Sam for the probably final scene of the night.
Uh-oh.
Don't mind us. We've just also been DMing.
Yep.
We're plotting.
Oh, joy.
Oh yeah. No, well, now Layla knows what's going on.
So we open back up to Layla and
Illegal
Sam
kissing.
in the midst of Sam's big realization. Or at the very least, the big question.
You said it was complicated.
Yeah. It is.
How complicated?
Is it really that important, Layla?
Yeah, it is. It is because you have a team that's worried about you. I already told you, you cannot keep people in the dark like this.
It's not keeping anything in the dark. It's just past stuff.
This matters to you, Sam. This clearly matters.
He was the only one that didn't see me as a pawn.
Okay.
Let's start from the beginning.
Okay. You can do that.
I wasn't a good person, Layla. Like, I really wasn't a good person.
Go on.
Janica was not my first partner.
How many were there?
She just happened to be the only one that survived. I lost count.
All of them before her?
All of them.
Why was she?
And because she was annoying and she survived every time, like a game. And after a while, it was endearing. But Ned saw my previous behavior as petty and immature, and probably a bit unprofessional. But after I started working with Janica, and believe me, I've tried many a times, and she stuck around, he sought me out. He saw a potential in me that nobody ever considered. And he told me that I was finally able to handle a mentor. He taught me everything I know, Layla. Day in and day out, he was the closest thing to me. He trained me in everything. If I got hurt, he'd scold me, but he'd be there. Told me how I can do better, be stronger. Or I should die next time. He kept telling me that I was better than them. And I started to believe it. A killer instinct, a will and drive to survive. How I would be quick to learn. Now looking back, I don't know. There was always just him or the missions that I was on. I guess a lot of my past was... What?
This is all different for you then, isn't it? Why your definition of a team and my definition of a team are so different?
Probably.
Perception rolls, please.
Sam's guard is up. But that don't mean he's paying attention.
All right.
He's a little shaken.
You will both hear footsteps approaching your location. And Layla, you will see the silhouette of Brock rounding the corner.
Layla is gonna put a hand up and tell him to back off.
Brock is going to pause, and he'll nod, simply saying, "Just so you know, your friends are out in the canyon, but there's something I need to discuss with one of you as soon as possible." And he will step away.
Go get him.
No. I'm staying.
I'm not gonna leave. I'll go in and see what Brock wants. You have my word on that.
I trust my team. They're all in the canyon. I'm not leaving you alone, Sam. You're my friend.
What is gonna happen, Layla?
What's gonna happen is we're gonna find out what Brock wants together. We're gonna do this together.
Sam is going to cross his arms and like just stare at her for a minute.
Layla will stare right back.
Are you sure you're not just guarding me now?
I'm sure. Sam, what I just said, the way you reacted, I've never seen you like this.
I'll be fine. I normally am.
Bullshit.
Prove it.
Get rid of me.
Leave.
No.
They can be hurt. They could be leaving.
I trust them. They can take care of themselves. But I'm worried about you. And I'm not leaving you alone.
It'd be for the best, Layla. I'm not gonna go anywhere.
I know. I'm still not leaving you alone.
Sam's gonna start walking away.
Layla will walk right with him.
You're very annoying.
Yeah, well, if it worked for Janica, it can work for me too.
I'm not gonna outright stab you. Not yet, at least.
You act as if stabbing will stop me. I've been
I have a
stabbed
feeling it
before.
won't. I have a feeling it wouldn't.
Okay, I'm just gonna move these freaking tokens.
There's fucking giants everywhere.
Little giants!
But they look so fun, Daddy!
I'm gonna kill you! But Daddy!
They look so fun, Daddy!
Okay, levity non sequitur aside, where is Sam heading that Layla's following?
He was gonna go with Brock to see what he wanted.
Cool.
Yep,
You will find
that's
Brock.
kinda what Layla was hoping.
You'll find Brock waiting outside in the front of the gym.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you two. I hope you both understand that A, I didn't know exactly what it was you were talking about, and B, that I only did it because it was of importance.
Okay. What is it?
All right. And with that, Brock is going to reach into his pocket as he begins to elucidate. Some of the tribe members reported seeing something strange along the deserts and the wastes along the border. Namely, an odd shape that they all describe as exactly the same.
What was the shape?
And he will then take out a stone with a rough illustration of this symbol painted on it. Does this look familiar to either of you?
Shit.
I had a feeling as much.
They're in the waste, heading towards Viridian.
They're not just in the canyons. They're in the deserts as well. which means they've somehow circumvented the canyon altogether and gone to the other side.
Do you know how many?
At least four other tribe members have reported finding this. So we can assume either 4 individuals or 4 groups. Possibly more.
Layla.
What are you thinking?
Don't fight me on this. Get the others. Meet me there.
Which coordinate? When he says there, like, do you have an exact location? Like, where Brock...
There's like, how many locations were they found?
In at least 4 different places.
Or were they all in 4
We're in
different places?
locations.
Mm-hmm. What's the closest one that we can get to right now from where we're standing?
That sounds like a question for Brock. So,
The-
Brock, tell us.
The closest one reported was out in the deserts. Not too far outside of the village.
Should you be able to show the way?
He nods. Apparently it was found shortly before the sandstorm started up.
That's roughly where I need to go to. Fuck.
Sam, are you okay with Brock leading you?
Yeah.
Okay. Go with Brock. I'll get the others. I'll catch up.
As Layla...
Before she leaves, she's gonna look back to Sam and say, no matter what happens, I know I've said it a lot, but I still mean it. We're doing this together.
Layla. You're actually going to see a little bit of Sam breaking, like where he grips his teeth, and you can definitely see him tense.
We're coming back for you. And then Layla
Sure.
is going to get, actually, fun part, Zygarde is actually mountable.
Yep.
So Layla is gonna get on Zygarde.
Alright. You hop on Zygarde and ride off.
Mm-hmm.
And you are gone.
Bye!
And with that, Brock will look to Sam and say, I've done some looking into the symbol myself, using the Rebuilder's databanks. I wasn't able to find much, but I was able to find a name. And that you and your friends have dealt with them before. He will then look Sam dead in the eyes and say, tell me everything you know about Spectrum. And so...
As they're going...
Go on.
I was just gonna say, as they're going to the desert, Sam will just start telling everything that, like, he personally knows and what the group has told him about Spectrum, including that of Hattori.
Alright.
And the mayor.
And so, after one loss, it seems our heroes have taken another fall. But thankfully, though their spirits may have been humbled, they are not broken. And slowly but surely, they will recover and regroup. And hopefully rejoin once again to face this demon and complete their mission. as the journey continues.
Hot damn.
So
Layla, if you pressed any harder, it was going to be a fight.
I was almost ready for it, but oh my god, I must have just said like the right thing to avoid fisticuffs.
So
close, and then Brock interrupted, and it's like, ooh.
God damn it, Brock!
what do you mean, goddamn it, bro? I think that was probably a good thing that he interrupted in that instance.
You're going to hell.
Honestly, the fact that Layla saw like that crack in Sam's facade, like that's the big thing. You weren't expecting that question, were you?
No.
Hot
Did you
damn.
miss him? Oh fuck! Now it makes sense.
Also, quickly.
What me and Layla were talking about, which I can tell you after we're done with stream.
Yep. But also, real quick, vibe check.
I'm
enjoying
great.
myself, having a good time.
I thought this was absolutely fantastic. Like, this was some really good drama, and I really liked the like character interactions that everyone had with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was. I thought this was great.
Definitely going to abduct and potentially kill a hostage. That's going to be sweet.
You guys might be a little too far away from that action, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure that out when it comes down to it.
Fair.
Buds of that, he could do it.
Fair enough.
You know, what's stuff? It's stuff.
Yep.
And things.
Hey, Chef Matchup, you have 4 arms, right?
I also hope CC's emotional revelation didn't come too soon for the drama to be most effective, but yeah.
Well, no, it makes a lot of, because like there is a little bit of mirroring in the AJ Layla and Sam Layla angle there, so I it was a lot of peopling. Toshi was just kind of trying her best.
What
I love that.
What was that line? This sounds like talking and I want no part of it.
I love that no matter what we do and what we disagree on, we can at least agree on we're going to find a way to make Layla feel depressed.
Yeah, somehow.
Ironically, this was one of the things where, like, yeah, Layla at the beginning was depressed, and now, oh god, suddenly there's this problem. Fuck my depression, I gotta help with this.
Indeed. And, so hopefully we'll be able to get some more of that next time, but for now, it is quite late, so I will simply say thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, follow me for more streams in the future. And if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe and join the Working Class Pack. And also be sure to leave a comment to let your voice be heard and get us out there. So until next week, good night everybody, and happy Pokemon. And hopefully less internet issues.
Oh,
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
So,